The following program is for adult audiences only.
Running up a mountain and climbing a tree, twisted like a snake and busy like bees. Don't know what the is wrong with me. Don't know what the is wrong with me. Pumping up the volume to 90 degrees, dancing to a song till I drop to my knees. Don't know what the is wrong with me. Don't know what the is wrong with me. Boy, how you know you got that something here? I'm just standing doing nothing. From across the room you got me blushing. I got a crush just like a gold rush. Boy, how you know you got that something here? I'm just standing doing nothing. From across the room you got me blushing. I got a crush just like a gold rush. Just to get what I need, coming at your heart, you will see what I mean. Don't know what the is wrong with me. Don't know what the is wrong with me. Spinning my head, you got me all dizzy. Wouldn't it be better if I just let it be? Don't know what the is wrong with me. Don't know what the is wrong with me. Boy, how you know you got that something here? I'm just standing doing nothing. From across the room, you got me blushing. I got a crush just like a gold rush. Boy, how you know you got that something here? I'm just standing doing nothing. From across the room, you got me blushing. I got a crush just like a gold rush. I got a crush just like a gold rush. I got a crush just like a gold rush. Boy, how you know you got that something here? I'm just standing doing nothing. From across the room, you got me blushing. I got a crush just like a gold rush. I got a crush just like a gold rush. No more cutting short on loose streets. Keep your goal, got many lives, but only one soul, and I intend to keep it under my switchblade feet. Come thunder, my heat's like an oven on crack. You can cut me up in pieces, stop my lung support. Drown me if you can. I don't get upset. Put me out, oh way out. I don't wanna waste my food. I wanna give you heart and soul, my heart and soul. No more rage,
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin blog.
Even if they implemented some ridiculous laws, this is something that if somebody truly wants to do this, they can still do it. But it's going to take a lot of effort on the vapors' part to actually learn what it takes to make your own stuff. I don't know what the heck happened to the last hour of my life, but it certainly wasn't streamed on YouTube like I thought it was. Restrictive policies block progress towards smoke-free world. Many people incorrectly think that very little nicotine content cigarettes are less carcinogenic than current cigarettes. This risk misperception by people who smoke could reduce motivation to quit under a nicotine reduction policy.
That's a bit of a problem.
Someone who specialises in helping people kick the habit is Dr. Colin Mendelsohn. He joins me now.
Look, vaping is a far less harmful alternative to smoking for adult smokers who just can't quit, and that's actually the majority of them.
The road to quitting smoking is paved with candy. Double chocolate clear from TFA. Published in the Vaping Post, we have long-term study. Vaping increases odds of quitting heavy smoking. This is Kenny Thompson, the Vaping Heed. He's got a YouTube channel. He's been on here a lot longer than I have. I'm not going to stop until this is legal and available for everyone. You know, I cover things from all around the globe, but that's because science has no boundaries.
I mean, you know, the FDA and everything would know that vaping is safer than smoking, but they'll have the pressure off the tobacco companies or the states that are in the MnC and all that. It's just a financial thing, and unfortunately that takes precedence against everything. And
All of the things we went through. You just made my day. Just made my day. You made my day. You made my day.
Grab your juice, grab your vape. It's time to get this party started.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin blog.
Long-term study.
vaping is safer than smoking.
Smoke-free world. Hello and welcome, everyone. Time for another episode of Mixing and Chilling with Hunky Vape and our good buddy Kenny the Vaping Heed.
Hello, everybody.
Hope you guys are all doing well out there, at least better than we are here. Despite the fact that it is my wife's birthday today, a very joyous occasion. Hard to believe the young woman is 33 years of age today. Another year here and in the history books. I know you're not supposed to tell people how old your wife is, but
Yeah.
she's like, I can't believe it. Another thing that we can't believe is, well, her cousin passed away yesterday. Motorcycle crash. Another car smashed into him. Kid was only 20 years old. I mean,
Waste, innit? It's a waste.
where's
Sad
protecting
waste.
the kids? How is it that they're protecting the kids?
They ain't, man. We all know that they ain't
20
doing
years
that.
old. They're not protecting the kids.
Nothing.
They're not protecting the kids because this kid was never old enough to legally go and buy cigarettes. But what's he doing?
Smoking a cigarette. There you go.
Now, imagine if he would have been allowed to purchase vaping products as soon as he turned 18. But there he is smoking. So these prohibitions don't actually do anything.
Nope.
Nothing. And yes, it doesn't really matter because, he rode a motorcycle without a helmet. They don't really care. The whole protect the kids is a big red herring.
Sad, mate. Very sad.
two things he loved: riding motorcycles and being a firefighter. And I didn't even know the kid rode motorcycles.
Nice bike, wasn't it? Got a Harley and all, yeah?
Crotch
Wow.
rocket. Yes, he rode a Harley. I have a picture of his Harley.
That's a shame. It is a shame.
Ran with multiple companies, not just one.
Aye.
He's like my son. Can't get enough of it.
Sad, mate. Very sad.
So sorry to see him gone. He attended our
I think
wedding.
it's that kind of age as well. You know, when you're that age, you've got no fear, have you? You know, wall. But like then, you know, you've just got
We
no
were all
fear
like that,
at
yeah.
that age. Yeah. We took ridiculous risks when we were young. When you look back, and
We took
thinking,
life by the balls and we tried to experience a
yeah.
little bit of everything.
Yeah. And when you look back now and think, did I really do that?
Yeah, but we had the advantage because it wasn't like it is today where everybody's got a cell phone and everything goes on the internet. Back when we did stupid shit, you know, you might have heard about it for a week or two from your buddies, but after that, it's in the history books and only you can remember the stupid shit you got away with.
Yeah, it was done and dusted.
And
it still makes you wonder.
Here in Pennsylvania, you don't have to wear a helmet if you don't want to, so
I really do think they should make that compulsory. You know what I mean? It is here. Saves lives. Saves lives, mate.
It's kind of like
Big
seatbelts, though.
style.
You know, I mean, I was a paramedic for 15 years. I've seen both sides of the argument. You should have mandatory seatbelt laws. We do. But you don't have mandatory helmets for motorcyclists. I've seen as many die with and because of the seatbelts as I've seen saved because of the seatbelts.
Oh, yeah. I think
ultimately, when it's your time to go, it's your time to go.
The idea of it is, because I mean, obviously, we only made it legal for 10, 15 years, maybe a bit longer. But remember in the 60s, 70s, when you used to see like fatal car crashes, the driver or the passenger weren't in the car. They were like 60 feet down the road where they went down the windscreen. That was the whole idea of the belts, to stop you getting thrown from the car. It didn't stop you getting injured. So a lot of people get broken collarbones or crush injuries. It was to stop you leaving the vehicle, basically.
Well, it's like the
You know what I
airbags. Airbags are supposed to be harm reduction, right? Because it's supposed to lower the amount of harm you get. But they only work and they only reduce harm if you're actually wearing your seatbelt. If you don't wear your seatbelt and your airbag goes off, it's going to give you more of an injury than the accident did.
I'll probably snap your neck, especially the steering wheel one. Bang, that's it, gone.
Break all your ribs in your chest.
Yeah, exactly. And then a side one comes in to give you another thud for good measure.
So, I mean, that kind of sets the tone for this whole situation with the Ecig Summit. You guys, we talked about it last week, and you heard my displeasure on it. So I legit have spent over 2 days to edit this entire day's summit down into 55 minutes.
Wow.
And that includes the commentary that I put in to replace the testimony and the Trump derangement syndrome lashing that a former FDA commissioner was there giving his speech about crying the blues about, you know, all the cuts that are going on in the FDA. And
yeah.
I'm going to do my very best to bite my tongue and not stop this thing. I want everybody to feel this and experience this in its totality for the way that I've edited it all together. There's no fake stuff in here. This is all legitimate. There's a couple things that are out of sequence with the way they happened today, but that's so that you guys can get the same framed mentality that I think we should have walked away from the e-cigarette summit this year, but didn't. Because even though that they said these things in the summit, it was just one other moment throughout the course of the day.
Got you.
And people keep forgetting to focus on the real situation, the situation we as consumers see and feel day in and day out. What's important to us, not what's important to their funding, to get the next scientific study funded so that they have something to do for the next 18 months. It's about saving people's lives. We quit
That's the goal
smoking
at the end, eh?
to improve our health outcome.
Exactly.
And it's a shame.
Wow, man.
Don't talk about smoking anymore. When have you ever seen an advertisement on TV recently or in the past 5-10 years about quitting smoking? It's all about vaping.
True. That's so
Fear-mongering
true. You hit the nail on
stories.
the head. Yeah, you've hit the nail on the head there. We used to have like anti-smoking adverts in the UK. Never get them now. Never see them.
No.
I think they've got.
And all the scientific studies are done on trying to find the harms in vaping, because we already know the harms in cigarette smoking. But where's the public attention? It's on protecting the little ankle biters. We got to protect the ankle biters. Yeah? What's your protection done for Connor? What's your protection done to protect the parents and the grandparents of the ankle biters when they die in early death?
They don't
None of
care,
that is
mate.
anywhere.
They don't give two hoots, mate. Like you said, they're all wanting to line their pockets. That's what it comes down
That's
to.
exactly what it boils down to.
Even like I say, even getting research to do vaping research, they're trying to, get money. They're putting the money first rather than the research. So even that's being sold down the river now, isn't it?
And it's kind of funny because they even let it slip of the tongue, talking about during the when they have the little after the sessions. See, like the Ecig Summit is arranged in multiple sessions. And there's like 5 speakers that give their 15-minute speak, and then they sit down, all 5 of them, and they have a round table where you can ask questions and they answer questions and whatever, or they get questions posed to them by the presenter or the host of the thing. And they even let it slip during these little speeches and little commentaries that they do that, the only reason I do what I do is because that's where the funding is. Not for myself personally, but that's where, where they're doing, the public health is doing the most good and spending the money so that people like us do something about it.
Exactly.
They're spending the money on the vaping, not spending the money on stopping people from smoking, because every time they stop people from smoking, they have less money to do stuff with.
Exactly.
So anyway,
What about-
not to get stuck in the gluttony of this whole scenario and the situation, the video was edited prior to Connor's death. So it is what it is because it needs to be what it is, not because of what happened. So today's show, my aim is to make it the dog's bollocks of this whole e-cigarette summit, because I'm the Anorak who's going to unabashedly reveal what these are rooted ankle biter arse lickers ignored all day. We went from tobacco endgame champions at the last summit to botched backy roll arse lickers.
Pretty much.
Because almost all of these
the funding.
experts ignored the most obvious consequences to the misinformation that's out there. And the people that didn't are the ones you're going to see here today.
Wow.
And I'm not going to give my sordid lecture on what that is. I'm pretty sure you guys can all figure it out here pretty directly.
Bottom line is they've sold out, mate. Like everybody else has. They've sold out.
It's because that's where the money is. You cannot ignore the financial characteristics that are in play here. The economic influences are just as real for the scientists as they are for the regulators.
Yeah.
The only people that are guaranteed to lose out are the consumers. Because no matter what they do, they're only making the situation worse.
Exactly.
So anyway,
A whole
I
lot
can
of
tell
shit.
that this isn't, what I imagined it was going to be as an intro to this thing, because this does have some value and there is some great information that was presented this year. So we're going to get to see that here. And sorry about my bad mood. That's why we didn't have the whole chicken intro today. So
That's fine,
sometimes
man.
you have to go, it is what it is, and just move forward.
I would have gladly skipped this week if you want to do, mate. You know that. If you got stuff
No,
on your
I did
mind.
not. This needed to get out there. Like I said, I spent over 2 days editing this thing down, so it needed to happen. And my wife, like I said, she's like, "Listen, you guys you're gonna do your show, and I'm gonna go to the Cheesecake Factory with my friends from work and bring you home something, and we'll celebrate later on." Actually, she got to celebrate all weekend. Her brother came in from out east. A family relative friend came in from out east. They invited all of their friends from around here to come over. My wife got to cook all weekend long. She got herself a smoker. She had smoked briskets. She had pork. She had all kinds. She had chicken. She made so much food this weekend. And then obviously hamburgers and hot dogs on the grill, chips. Everybody had a good old time. Had a fire all weekend. It really was a great weekend.
I'm glad. Glad it was, mate.
So anyway, without further ado, I think that's enough of the intros. I think it's time for us to roll the news bumper and get right into this Ecig Summit. Are you ready?
Rock and roll. Rock and roll.
Alrighty, time for us to roll the footage. This is the E-Cigarette Summit 2025.
With all those different perspectives, there's still common ground in smoking. And even if we could pick the biggest piece of fruit, we can move on to the areas we don't agree later on. But first off, we need to do something about all the people that are dying. And I think anybody could agree on that.
That's where the focus was missing this year. Skip Murray was the only
ready
one
to go.
that even
Welcome,
mentioned
everybody.
it.
We are thrilled to have all of you here today, either both in person and in line for what we believe will be a truly exciting program and a day of invigorating discussion, forward thinking, and reflection about how do we continue to make incredible progress. So we have a wonderful set of speakers lined up for you today, and really everyone has some good, thoughtful comments to make, and we're looking for good discussion.
Unfortunately, misinformation about tobacco harm reduction, reduced harm products, and so on is commonly disseminated by organizations with a public health mission. Another potential reason is the need to maintain funding, whether it's from donors or some other source, and sometimes that means identifying an enemy so that you can do the promotions that you need to do to get more money coming in. Similarly, maintaining an agenda. This is what we stand for, so we're going to stick to that whether the science is there or not. American Lung Association, which I've learned is really one of the real purveyors of misinformation. I mean, really, really problematic. Remove language from the description, visceral, that references informing adults about the relative risk of tobacco products. I mean, how unethical is that? It's absolutely amazing that they would say that. I was actually flabbergasted to read it, and they should be taken to task for making that kind of a recommendation. It's just wrong and unethical. Health risks. WHO is one of the biggest challenges there, quite frankly. On the left, you see, they have using e-cigarettes is less harmful than smoking cigarettes.
Challenges.
An X by saying that's wrong, and then go on to say that e-cigarettes pose risks to your health. So they've accomplished two things. Number one, or they think they have. Number one, they're downplaying the notion of e-cigarettes being less harmful, but then they're saying, well, they pose risks, which is not wrong. So they're putting two things together that really shouldn't really be together. What looks cute.
What in our society poses zero harm?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Everything poses some kind of harm. That's a fact.
Walking out your front door is a risk.
It smells good and is designed to kill, a vape. I mean, that is just, again, a ludicrous sort of notion. And then the example on the bottom right, and I did share this with Nancy Rigotti, and I said, Nancy, did you know about this? Are you okay with me talking about this? And the key thing there is where something came out of Harvard about, that vaping can lead to malignancies. It's like, well, come on.
No.
They can,
No.
And in fairness, this is a few years old, but it continues to be out there.
It was great to see Scott's talk, because I think probably a lot of my talk is going to be a case study of how some of this is playing out in real life. We need to do something about this, an investigation into the impact of tobacco on Māori, and what came from that was New Zealand's pretty well publicised goal to be smoke-free by 2025. Defined by getting the smoking rates for all populations under 5% by 2025, with some interim milestones to halve the smoking rates for Māori by 2018 and to 10% for the whole population. Well, 2018 came and went, and we were absolutely nowhere near those, despite having some of the highest taxes in the world on cigarettes, plain packaging, pictorial warnings, and massive millions and millions and millions of investment into stop smoking services. Until in 2018, we suddenly saw a dogleg down in our smoking, which has been continuing, especially for Māori, which coincided with a rapid increase in vaping. And largely as a consequence of people stopping smoking and stopping smoking using vapes as the tools to do so. And until 2021, to just give some context to this, we had no regulations in place for vape products. And looking a bit closer in that, we can see what the trajectory was for smoking prior to 2018 and how that shifted with the advent with vaping.
That is population level proof that vaping works to quit smoking. You cannot argue with that.
Not a shadow
when
of a doubt.
you overlay the smoking rate decline over time, and then take a look at it when vape came onto the market, and when New Zealand started to spread the information out there that this is a tool that you can use to quit smoking, not something that should be chastised or banned or shadow banned or whatever. It works. People have to believe that it's actually going to help them, or they're not going to be motivated to quit or try it. It's not about the kids.
If you look at that decline graph, right, and on the smoking, then you mirrored it with the graph showing the increase in vape, it would probably make a letter V because it'd be pretty much even.
It does. You could see it right there, especially with the Maori.
Yeah.
The indigenous population in New Zealand. They had the highest smoking rate. And he's going to get to it here in a moment, how they were able to accomplish in 6 years what previously took 35 years to do.
Yeah.
And there's only one reason for it, and that's because of vaping.
Entering the market into New Zealand from around about 2018. And just to give some context to how big those changes have been, within 6 years we saw the same level of decline in smoking for mouldy that had taken 35 years to achieve for the overall population, and very much associated with shifts towards using vapes instead of cigarettes. And it was a position that was endorsed by our government. They ran campaigns trying to really give people good, informed, science-based information about vaping. And then in 2021, when we finally regulated vaping, we did so as a consumer product. Quite different models to particularly our neighbours in Australia, who have it under prescription, and quite different to how you regulate it here in the US as well. But it's basically meant that it's easier to buy a vape in New Zealand than it is to buy a cigarette now. But it's basically meant that it's easier to buy a vape in New Zealand than it is to buy a cigarette now. But it's basically meant that it's easier to buy a vape in New Zealand than it is to buy a...
Look at that. That is the difference over just 10 years in the number of smokers. And that's because they treat vaping as a consumer product. Just like you go to the store and you buy tomatoes and peppers and apples and pears.
Yeah.
That's how you go to the store to buy a vape. As the regulations came in place, they locked it down so that if you go to the convenience store, you can only buy the tobacco, mint, and menthol flavors. But if you want any flavor imaginable, all you got to do is go to a vape shop, and you can get anything you want from anywhere in the world as a consumer product. The onus is not on the vape manufacturer to prove that their products are safe and effective. The onus is on public health to do the most good with the regulations that they're imposing.
Yeah.
And it obviously works, or they wouldn't have had such a massive drop in smokers.
A cigarette now. And that's seen quite a profound impact on the nature of our smoking population as well. As you can see, we saw quite a profound change in the makeup of the smoking population in New Zealand. And so it creates the question, why are we not celebrating? We've had some of the most rapid declines in smoking anywhere in the world, yet the headlines that have accompanied exactly that data have been dominated by the idea of failure. And I think a big part of it has been, for us, the politicisation of the entire issue. But it's really kind of shifted the emphasis away from the discussion about health and smoking. Particularly, this is our current Associate Health Minister with the tobacco portfolio, but really trying to say this must be a tobacco industry conspiracy. If it's about harm reduction, this is industry language. This is not about public health. With large...
They can't argue the science because there's been a dramatic shift in the way people choose to consume nicotine. So they have to personally attack anybody that supports vaping to quit smoking. That's their game plan.
Isn't it?
Investigative journalist pieces looking at the language get used by harm reduction advocates or by our Associate Health Minister, where she says the harm from reduction isn't nicotine but from combustion, which is extremely well known, trawling through decades of tobacco industry documents to find similar language and say, well, in that case, she's just repeating industry talking points. So this repeal must be about industry and harm reduction must be a big industry conspiracy.
Because it's fact. The
other part that I think is...
It's fact. It's lived experience. Every single consumer out there of these products knows firsthand that you tried everything that they told you to try. Nothing worked. You all of a sudden discovered vaping. You picked one up and you go, oh, what is this? Wow, that tastes good. Wow, I don't even want a cigarette now. And yes, that's oversimplified, but that's legit the experience that all of us out there have had in our lives and why we choose to continue to use these things.
Caused frustration and confusion is that public health don't like the fact people are not quitting smoking the right way, the way that they want them to. using pharmacological products, or even this is some modelling that was done to show what would the likely impact be of denicotinizing cigarettes in New Zealand. The dashed line shows where our trajectory was going on smoking, the dotted where it was expected to go.
It's not the nicotine, it's the combustion.
But the solid line shows what's really been happening. And actually, the vaping and harm reduction has just had a much, much greater impact than anything that we've done for decades in terms of traditional tobacco control policy, not to say that they're not important. And I think this has been a real threat to the traditional way that lots of us who've worked in this field for a long time have always looked at things. And I think on top of that, it's the fact that it's not been a complete abstinence from nicotine model. We've seen a massive transfer of the way that people are using nicotine to less harmful products and to vaping, rather than stopping using nicotine outright. And I think, in particular, I think the concern has been that we've seen an increase overall in the amount of nicotine and people are using nicotine in New Zealand, particularly for younger people. And that brings me on to the concerns about vaping and young people, which I think has been another kind of very disruptive and misrepresented argument. Our latest health survey showed that following the introduction of regulations and rules around vaping, after years of a quite rapid and not very welcome increase in the number of never smoking young people in vaping, it has started to go down. But the headlines were still claiming that youth vaping is still increasing and that youth smoking rates have flatlined, despite the fact that they flatlined at around 1.5% for about 4 years now, which equates to around 2,000 young people nationwide in New Zealand, just to give you a sense of the numbers that we're talking about. And again, ASH surveys grade 10 students every year, and we saw a similar thing, a rapid increase in vaping when there was no regulations or controls, followed by that starting to come down. But it hasn't stopped reinterpretation of some of these results. This is a paper that was published earlier this year from some of our colleagues in Australia, who don't always like what we're doing, arguing that had vaping not existed, basically, had there been no vaping since 2009, we would have 1.3% fewer young people smoking. That's 700 young people, by the way, if you extrapolate that to the population. And therefore, vaping must be a gateway to smoking. Gets huge headlines, causes massive moral panic, but it's nonsense, really, because it's meaningless what if thinking.
Nonsense.
I mean, not only ignoring the fact the study did no controls for confounding factors like socioeconomic status, sex, ethnicity, even whether those young people lived with a smoker, because we know that young people who smoke in New Zealand are now 50% of them live with a parent who smokes. It was 20% 5 years ago. It must be down to vaping. But it also just assumes a fictional alternate reality whereby vaping didn't exist. And that just simply doesn't happen. And if vaping didn't exist in New Zealand, arguably we'd have double the smoking rates we have, particularly for those who are aged under 25. So it's absolute nonsense, but it's the nonsense that creates the headlines. I think we've also started to lose perspective on harm and addiction. This is the New Zealand Drug Harm Ranking that was published a couple of years ago, very consistent with other pieces of work, including Public Health England, where vaping is a fraction of the personal and the social risks of smoking. But despite this hasn't stopped headlines, including vaping just being swapping one addiction for another, reframing the harms away from smoking to addiction to nicotine, or statements such as let's stop pretending we're balancing harm reduction with consumer freedom. Vaping's not harm reduction, it's harm transfer. This is from about 2 weeks ago. Or for years that we've been gaslighted into believing that vaping is harmless or at least less harmful than cigarettes. Absolute nonsense, but appearing in the trade press for clinicians in New Zealand makes it incredibly hard to actually use that workforce as an effective force for change and harm reduction. And I think it starts to become unethical how we're screening and filtering to the right kind of voices. If we want to bring lived experience into the debate in New Zealand, I think we've started to define people as the right type and the wrong type. We want pathologized nicotine users, people who are compliant victims, who are say, I want to come and talk about the harm of their addiction rather than the benefits of stopping smoking, because they're the voices that we want to inform the debate, and through the privileged lens of research. And this is not a dig at the researchers in the room, please don't take it as such. but it means that we've also created the wrong type of voices. And so we're not listening to the people who say they enjoy vaping. We're dismissing consumer advocates as industry-fronted groups who aren't worth hearing and shutting their voices out of the room. In New Zealand, we have a vape regulator. It hasn't met with the industry it regulates for 4 years. And so it's completely lost the trust of the industry and the ability to regulate under the excuse that they must be part of the industry. And just to really say, I mean, and it's really a contrast with what users are really saying. This is from a drug harm forum that I was at recently. And what people really reject the language of being an addict. What does it really mean? They find it stigmatizing. People really reject the assumption that complete abstinence from nicotine or abstinence from a substance is what should be defined as recovery. And actually, people were very clear that they're sick of public health assuming that drug use or substance use is problematic, because actually a lot of people find benefit from it. And I think it's really important that we're hearing these voices and understanding when we're talking about tobacco harm reduction. And so our government brought in their new plan for smoke-free 2025 earlier this year. It's not groundbreaking, and I think what the result has been that it's been absolutely dominated with political responses to those concerns around where vapes can be sold and addressing the issues around young people. Because without doing those things, it's impossible for them to start doing these things, which would be around their agenda to increase access to reduced harm products as part of a way to increase the number of now increasingly middle-aged people who smoke becoming smoke-free. And it was met with, inevitably, criticism. This is a quote from a leading public health person in New Zealand, who basically saying harm reduction approach, which is soft and ineffective, really pushing that into the narrative that this must be about the industry. We tried copying the vape starter kits, which Martin is going to talk about later. New Year's, the government announced that they would be giving free vape starter kits to people making New Year's quit attempts. And again, the response from that was this must be industry conspiracies, bribes to the government, and a crazy plan that was just perpetuating addiction in New Zealand. And so a consequence of this, I think, is now that where smoke-free 2025 was an aspirational goal for the country, I think now it's really been reappropriated as a symbol of failure. And unnecessarily so, because we have had some of the fastest declining smoking rates anywhere in the world. And I think that it creates some really ethical concerns, because if we actually look at what's happening for smoking in New Zealand, and the headlines have been around failing to achieve this goal of getting to smoke-free 2025, and dominated by failure based on sort of 1 year of the decline in overall population rates slowing down. Now, that's inevitable because our smoking population has got older. We're now dealing with people who've got 20, 30 years of using cigarettes, whereas we've almost eliminated young people smoking in New Zealand. But also, the real ethical thing for me is if we look at what's happening for mildly smoking, I think we're doing a very good job now of masking the success in those populations who are experiencing the greatest harm by not acknowledging it. Actually, we're telling the story of failure from the lens of the most privileged, from the people we've been really successful with, and turn the story of ongoing success into a story of addiction, failure, and victimhood for those who are still seeing the greatest gains because they're stopping smoking through harm reductions means.
Not smoking.
You didn't quit smoking our way.
Pardoned.
So where does it leave us? Well, I think New Zealand was making limited progress to smoke-free 2025. That was a fact. And actually, until people started vaping, and it was extremely disruptive to what was going on with smoking. And it's definitely helped a lot of people. But I think we're now struggling, particularly for public health, that it symbolises a loss of control about how we're getting to the goal. Because we're not controlling how people are doing it. People are taking control themselves, and they're taking control in a marketplace where it's supplying nicotine to them in a less harmful way. And I think any action that we take now, because of the narrative around that, is we're at a stalemate, I think. We're incredibly hamstrung in New Zealand because smoke-free laws or anything the government wants to do now is hamstrung by politics and conspiracy. And so I think we really do need to kind of reset and move away from creating these narratives that are driven by anger and failure, ideology and frustration, because ultimately, in my view, I think we're compounding and potentially increasing harm rather than helping people to progress and celebrate the successes that we've had. Thank you.
Yeah, I kind of get that bit. It's like
we have quit smoking. And there's no celebration to that whatsoever anywhere to be found. Only continual chastisation and continual castigation for the fact that we're still addicted to nicotine. It's kind of funny because when you take a look at the pharmaceutical advertisements for the patches, gums, and sprays when they moved over the counter, it was perfectly acceptable for them to put out an advertisement in all the popular magazines to say, you can quit using nicotine for your nicotine habit. It was perfectly acceptable when it was a pharmaceutical product, but now that it's a consumer product, oh, no, you're doing it the wrong way. It's cold turkey or nothing.
Yeah. But the thing is that the thing that keeps coming up is nicotine is, you know, like it's some kind of classier drug, you know. It's you know, look
at all the other drugs that we consume every single day. Yeah. Look at the coffee. It's perfectly acceptable for somebody to go to Starbucks 5 times a day.
Exactly. That's what I mean.
But you want to slip a vape you all know you can't do that.
They're not. They seem to make it look like it's some big poison when it isn't. There's nobody like, you know, seeing the benefits of nicotine, which we know it has many. You know what I mean?
There was hardly any conversation about the therapeutic benefits of nicotine.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. It's
I'm going to keep going with this because we'll get to that part later.
Yeah.
So why focus on clinicians? Well, we are highly trusted sources of advice about health issues, and therefore we could disrupt misconceptions if we did it right. Addressing tobacco use is already part of our job and an established standard of care, so we need to be doing it. And if we don't put the most recent information out there, we are not doing our job properly. I would also argue that clinicians in the U.S. care for the adults who have the most urgent need to stop smoking cigarettes. And by that I mean we tend to see older smokers, many with chronic diseases, who are most likely in the next year or the next 2 years or the next 5 years to have a life-threatening event related to their cigarettes. And that if they quit smoking, they can quickly have a reduction in that excess risk. And those smokers are not using e-cigarettes in very high rates. So we really have, that's opportunity. But I think we have consensus, and I would argue that we could start from consensus to be most effective in convincing physicians to do this. The first point would be that electronic cigarettes can help some smokers to stop smoking. That's pretty clear. You're going to hear more about that, the details later. And my experience is that most physicians accept that that's true. And I think we have pretty good consensus also that adults who switch completely from cigarettes to e-cigarettes reduce their exposure to toxicants and to tobacco-related health risks. So what's the problem? Professional organizations, the cancer societies particularly, and the pulmonary societies, the American Lung Association, are the most egregious.
I have one advising gig, and that is with a company called Qnovia, a small startup that is seeking authorization as a combination drug device both in the US and in the UK. And I have a few things to get off my chest about the current state of affairs in the United States and here in Washington, and so there are no slides. I decided to do this as a set of scripted remarks so that I could make sure that I got down in writing what I really need to vent my spleen on.
Total bollocks.
This is my commentary. I'm sorry, I couldn't help it. But it's way better than whatever he had during his little 15 minutes of presentation.
Too right.
Just another day. No big deal. No rush. We don't need to worry about these authorizations. We'll get around to it.
Excuse me.
Just keeps marching along.
They don't give a flying monkeys either. Not a care in the world. You're just another statistic. Another smoker dies from smoking release. Another statistic. Bim, bim, bim. Another number.
The ones on the right are all approved.
Yeah. Pretty much organized.
Approved death. FDA.
We want the bureaucrats to be traumatically affected. When they wake up in the morning, we want them to not want to go to work because they are increasingly viewed as the villains. We want their funding to be shut down. We want to put them in trauma. It's not good for public health. It's not good for the regulated industry. It's not good for other interested parties that care about the issues. It's not good for public health. So I hope that the powers that be in this Monty Python-esque world we find ourselves in today will at least consider these prospects. And with that, I look forward to the conversation with Tom and then the discussion with you all on the full panel. Thank you.
Okay. So with all of that being said, what do you think is the most appropriate question to ask him first? Can you come up with an answer? Anybody in chat have any ideas what would be the first question that he gets asked after he gets done ranting politics for 15 minutes?
I mean, it's kind of like, whose side's he on? If he's pro-politics, why is he there at an Ecig conference? Bleating all that shade. Whose side's he on?
He's on his side.
You know what I mean? Exactly.
He's on his side. He's a former regulator at the FDA who now has a job as a consultant, right? Oh, super chat. Awesome. Thank you,
Thanks,
William
William.
Dobson. Keeping it real as ever. Yeah, that's the goal of today's E-Cigarette Summit highlights. Real.
But like I said, with his history, why is he even there? When to me, he seems anti-vaping. It's like I said, it's politics.
Oh no, he's pro-vaping. But he's also pro-politics. He thinks that the FDA is doing a great job.
Bullshit.
The FDA is doing a great job. And as a now consultant, a former FDA executive, he's troubled by the fact that Trump just fired all of his buddies. So he no longer has an in at the FDA to get Cunovia preferential treatment when it goes to file its PMTA. Because it's not a PMTA that they're filing. They're actually filing it as a drug therapeutic treatment, a therapeutic vape.
Well, the proof is in the pudding there. Obviously, the FDA are obviously not doing a good job. You know what I mean? And yet he's still trying to fight the corner. He's basically flogging a dead horse.
He was the one that said that there needs to be a continuum of risk when you take a look at vaping products and treat it accordingly. But where was that in his speech? It was completely absent because he's bitching and moaning about the fact that all of his buddies at the FDA just got fired.
And for good reason. You know what I mean?
But they don't see it that way. They don't see it as good reason. So now that I've reframed the picture, maybe they will. Or maybe they won't. I'm going to have to go back on to the Ecig Summit and leave a comment and tell everybody that attended the Ecig Summit to come watch this show. And maybe reframe their thoughts for the next Ecig Summit when it's going to be in the UK in 6 months. Because this part really burned my wires. So with that said, what's the most appropriate question to ask first? Well, let's find out what the question they actually asked.
Well, Mitch, that was a little gloomy, and like a lot of people, I think in D.C. as well as throughout the country, I'm engaging in some avoidance behavior. So let me ask the first question. Do you think the Washington national baseball team can make the World Series this year?
What?
No. By way of full disclosure, I am a New York Yankee fan, first and foremost.
What on earth are they talking about?
Spent the weekend actually in Brooklyn at my 50th high school reunion while the Yankees and Mets were playing.
No rush.
And for those of you that saw me in action in the bar after the gathering last night, the game was still on, and I saw 4 people start screaming when Cody Bellinger hit a grand slam homer in the bottom of the 8th inning.
What on earth are they?
And I walked over to a table of strangers and just high-fived all of them.
No rush.
That was not a planned question.
On that high note, given the gloomy picture, particularly concerning the state of the CTP, we can talk about other things like FDA, the CDC and so on. What do you think it would take to put the center back on its feet? What can be done? Because I'd like to focus on the future and what we can actually do.
So we're in Washington, and so I think that the first thing that has to happen is this needs to be more of a political issue.
No.
It's not good for public health.
Politics.
It's this simple.
It's not good for public health.
1 death every 5 seconds is not good for public health.
It's not good for public health. We want the bureaucrats to be traumatically affected. When they wake up in the morning, we want them to not want to go to work because they are increasingly viewed as the villains. We want their funding to be shut down. We want to put them in trauma.
What?
It's not good for public health. People
smoke
for the nicotine, but they die from the tobacco or the smoke, whatever that old quote was. It's not good for public health.
Here's the truth.
So we heard a lot about miscommunication and also mistrust. So at some point I was wondering, what if indeed now we got a vape that got a medicinal indication for cessation?
What?
Do you think it would even be accepted by
gotta kiss his
clinicians?
ass.
Given all this information and confusion that were out there, what if we got an indication for cessation? How would that turn things around? It would be an awfully hard road to go down, but given the reluctance at this point in the U.S. to accept it, would that even matter?
And actually, people were very clear that they're sick of public health assuming that drug use or substance use is problematic, because actually a lot of people find benefit from it. And I think it's really important that we're hearing these voices and understanding when we're talking about tobacco harm reduction.
So, yeah, slightly provocative title, and I'm hoping that to bring a little bit of what we do into the conversation about what's actually happening on the ground. Until very recently, we were providing data to the FDA, that's public knowledge. So we split the world into 4 main areas. The blue bars that you see there are vape, but we've also included orange for heated tobacco and small little bars at the top for nicotine pouch, if you can see those. So the top chart in each of these boxes is the market value in millions of US dollars, and the bottom is the number of users. And so in many ways, I think this is a very positive chart. You know, this market is now worth over, you know, getting close to $75 billion US dollars globally, 130 million users around the world. This market is now worth over, you know, getting close to $75 billion US dollars globally, 130 million users around the world.
And this chart here that you see before you is included in the Global Forum on Nicotine, what is it? This was originally based on a study that was put out by Jerry Stimson. My apologies.
Stimson.
Jerry Stimson.
Yeah.
This was published in 2023, and this was based upon the numbers from 2020, and then they said it was 68 million, and in 2021 that went to 81.9 million. All right, so they took that and they extended the numbers up. They used the whole thing, like I argued with Patrick 2 weeks ago about how I don't need the actual data. All I can do is take a look at the trend and assume that if things don't change, you just put a ruler down and you look at the trend and you just extend the line up, which is what they did. So they said that in 2022, there was 114 million. So I was arguing there's got to be 120 million by now because it's 2025.
Yeah.
Well, the consequence of all this misinformation and the politicization of the whole issue in New Zealand has been disastrous for the public. The public no longer has confidence in these products being a safe and effective way to quit smoking. So the uptake is slower than what it used to be.
This is why I'm very surprised. Like Trump's kind of dragging his heels, because at the end of the day, he's a businessman. At $75 billion, he will not sniff at $75 billion. He'll want a piece of that, surely.
You would think so.
Yeah.
Especially when you were saving people's lives in the process.
Exactly.
This is the global number of tobacco harm reduction users now, 130 million, and that includes heat not burn, which is completely prohibited here in the States. They're just now starting to sell it again because it was tied up in a patent war. Here we have the FDA authorized products of, 23 products that are authorized, and well, a third of them are no longer authorized. Well, they're technically authorized, but they're not available for sale because, well, the Enjoy Ace is now tied up in a patent lawsuit about the coil that they use inside of there.
Yeah, but they've got every right if they've nicked their fucking key, you know what I mean? It's
a stainless steel coil. How can you patent that stainless steel coil? All of our vapes use the same basic technology. You have a coil, and you run electricity through it, and it heats it up, and it vaporizes the liquid.
No, but the point is, if they've been given that patent, then it's theirs. So who was the stupid idiot that gave them the patent for a coil that every fucking vape manufacturer pretty much on the planet uses? You know what I mean? They've obviously got the patent. It's all about the money, exactly.
It's not about public health. Public health is a red herring. Youth access to vaping products is a red herring.
Even if Trump didn't want to save lives, $75 billion, he would have dollar signs in his eyes over that. He'd want a piece of that regardless, saving lives
even
or
if
not.
all it can do is tariff it.
Yeah.
That's a big chunk of change.
It is, like.
And that is very much despite the really negative publicity around the sector, particularly around vape. And it's really despite regulation. So, you might say, well, what's the policy disaster to be talking about? In the US, we've got a US vape market of around $15 billion, 20 million users. So what's the policy disaster? The big problem really that I'm going to talk about is the illicit market and the problem that's causing. But one of the other problems, of course, is that all these growth charts that you can see, all those kind of nice charts going up, they're slowing down. And they're slowing down, not because regulation is actually getting in the way of consumers getting access to products, because clearly they're not. But what's actually happening is that as you've got markets flooded with illicit products, particularly in the US, you've got a massive drop in consumer confidence in the category. And the category looks really, really dodgy at the moment. You know, if you look into the US market, and we'll look at some of the products here, you know, the consumer confidence around this being a reputable sector that is, you know, something to be trusted is just disappearing, and that I think is the big problem.
Right. Yeah. So I want to talk about how, you know, the possible ways to improve regulation of vaping and other harm reduction products in the UK. Let's start with the situation report. Because public health is about people rather than percentages, I think it's really important to think in terms of numbers. 55 million people are in the sort of nicotine ecosystem. About 20 million vape, this is all adults, and about, I think it comes out about 36 million adults smoking if you include.
How is that good for public health to still have 36 million smokers in the United States? 20.5 million adult vapors in the United States that they know of. We know for a fact, like my corner shop next door sells these products, but doesn't report those sales to anybody.
So I'm saying, but sometimes, you know, do you think the data's not accurate because of that?
Yeah, I know it's not accurate, number one. And we try to find the best data possible when we're out there talking about the advocacy for these things. But there is no actual data because so much of the market is black market products.
Yeah.
You cannot have accurate sales figures when you have 90+% of the market is black market supplied vaping products.
Well, the illicit vapes, as they call them, the illicit ones. Not black market, illicit.
And the constant fear-mongering in the news stories about, oh, this person has a lung injury because of the vapes. Bullshit. No. What was in that vape? Oh, that has nothing to do with nicotine vaping? But you sure scared the shit out of how many millions of smokers from even considering picking one of these up.
Exactly. Bunch of cunts.
Cigars. Okay, now there's a huge amount of focus on young people, but I thought I'd take those numbers from the previous chart, which, by the way, was an Altria survey. I should give them the credit for that. Put the numbers in. Okay, the adult market totally dominates nicotine use in the United States. You wouldn't really know that necessarily from the discourse about it, but these are the ratios. 25 times the total market, 48 times as many smokers and 12 times as many vapors. People need to keep that in mind. The big public health gains are made amongst adult smokers, and I'm going to come back to that in a moment. How is that market serviced when it comes to vapes? Okay, well, only around 6% of the market demand by value is met by FDA-authorized products, meaning that the remaining 94% is legally classified as adulterated and misbranded. Okay, in other words, it's illegal, shouldn't be on the market. Okay, it means it's not authorized, it's not regulated.
Only because they are not consumer products. They're products that must have authorization from the FDA to determine if it's appropriate for public health. And you wonder why there's lack of confidence in these products for the average Joe walking down the street?
It's not been approved or anything. Situation slightly more sophisticated than that because there's a bunch of products that are pending. So probably around 3/4 of the market, it's a bit difficult to tell, is purely illicit. Okay, so what should we not do to fix this? By the way, I should think that's a terrible problem. I just take it for granted that everybody thinks having 94% of the market is a complete and abject, to be illicit or illegal, is a complete and abject failure of the regulation and regulator. Okay, so what not to do to fix that? Well, the obvious place to go for that is the Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids, who say that the thing to do is to clear all those illegal, misbranded and adulterated products from the market. They wrote a letter, that's the language, the undersigned, all those groups, big sort of alliance of health groups, clear the market of unauthorized e-cigarette products. I can't think of a more ridiculous thing to do or say, to be honest, because what about these? What about these 20 million adults who are using these products at the moment? What do they think would happen? Why did nobody in their staff, their leadership, their board, their funders, their political backers, the media say, what do you think would happen? Because you would be putting those people at a great deal of risk if you actually succeeded. So I don't think relying heavily on enforcement is the right way to go with this.
If they were able to clear that 20 million vapors product supply line down and completely shut it down, the majority of those people would go back to smoking cigarettes and die an early death. 10 million of them, if they went back to smoking cigarettes, would die an early death. But they don't care about that because we need to protect the kids.
So what should we do? I put some proposals together in a report to welcome in the new administration on 20th of January called Fixing the Broken and Lawless American Tobacco and Nicotine Market. And I'm going to give us a little bit of an overview of that now. Okay, so what to do? First, crowd out the illicit trade with legal, authorized, regulated, supervised products. Secondly, to do that, authorize at least 4,000 vaping products, up from 34.
I completely disagree with that. That is completely understated. Whatever the market demands, that's what should be available, because they should be treated as a consumer product, not an FDA-regulated product. The only regulations the FDA should have is a list of prohibited ingredients to put into your product. And if it takes longer than an hour for you to take your product that you came up with and put it out on the market and get authorization from the FDA to sell it, regulations are too burdensome for it to be appropriate for the protection of public health. But he's going to keep ranting on about how, they should be able to do 4,000.
To do that, you would need to lower the barriers to entry by at least a factor of 10. Otherwise, at the moment, you're just stuck with large tobacco companies, very simple products that really no one wants to use. And then finally, bring the PMTA process down to 180 days. Okay, so let's talk a bit more about that. Crowd out the illicit market. That's drawn to scale. So that's the unauthorized market, 96%. Okay, there's still those that are pending. But you've got to actually, before you can do enforcement, you can't enforce against 96% of a market. You have to push the illicit products to the margins of the market, okay? So that should be your primary strategy, to bring the market under regulatory supervision. And
I don't think 4,000 products would bring that chart into reality. Because 4,000 authorized products would not replace the hundreds of thousands of products that are currently being sold.
Well, the 4,000 products that are authorized are products that people don't want anyway. They don't want them. They don't want the shitty.
Well, he wants them to
flavors.
Increase it to 4,000. Yeah. At the current situation, it is 23 products. And if you include the 20 that was authorized as nicotine pouches into that, you're still only at like 50-something, 53.
There can never
you
be
cannot
enough
have
products.
14,000 actual cigarette and combustible tobacco products for sale in the United States and compete with 4,000 products. You need to have more non-combustible products for sale than you do combustible products for sale. Because don't you want people to stop smoking?
Yeah.
Only way you can do that is by greatly expanding the number of products on the market. Okay? It's not that there aren't products out there. Millions of applications were submitted. Only 76 PMTAs have been granted. That includes all the...
That includes everything, including the ones that are no longer for sale, like the Vellum nicotine disc. First off, it took too long for the product to get authorized, so the company did not have the financial means to stay in business. Second off, once they did get authorized, nobody wanted them because it was like basically having a nicotine communion in your mouth. If you're a Catholic and you walk up and you get communion, it was essentially exactly that same styrofoam flavored disc with some nicotine impregnated into it. Not for sale anymore because the company went out of business because it took too long to regulate it. And once it did receive authorization, nobody wanted to buy it because it just sucked. And that doesn't take into consideration the Enjoy Ace that's now tied up in a patent lawsuit. It doesn't take into consideration the Heat Not Burn that has market authorization from the FDA that isn't for sale in this country because it was tied up in the past 2 years inside of a patent war. And now they finally came to some agreement on, oh, well, you know, you can go ahead and manufacture and just pay us $0.25 for every stick you sell.
God.
Still not for sale in the United States, anywhere. But there's 76 of them.
Kinds of different low-risk products, 34 vapes, 24 oral, heated tobacco, and amazingly, 2 cigarette products. Okay? You look at what else is authorized, though. Around 15,000 combustibles, nearly 4,000 cigarettes, and around 11,000 cigar products are authorized for sale in the US market. So why have we only got 34 vapes and 15,000 combustible products? Makes no sense to me. Now, would that be totally wild to go up a bit from 34? Well, in Germany, this is from
400,000 vaping products for sale in Germany.
That's what it should be.
If we cannot match that, we are not doing a public health benefit to society.
Hell no.
One of Tim's charts in a different presentation,
Jesus.
by the way. Thanks, Tim. Over 400,000.
How many do you think's in the UK?
Oh.
How many things registered with HMRC is available for sale as a vaping product?
200,000? 300? 4?
Less. Much less.
100?
Less. He's going to tell you here in a second.
Vapes are authorized for sale in Germany. UK, this is the MHRA, the equivalent of the FDA, MHRA database. Nearly 52,000 vapes are on that register.
52,000 available for sale in the UK.
But now you see, people don't realize we're just a tiny little island as well, you know. I mean, you know, Germany's bigger than us and we're small. So considering the volume of land, that's still pretty good. You know what I mean?
So let's be a realistic society here in the United States. We're way bigger than both of you put together. How many products do you think should be available for sale and authorized for sale in the United States in order to drown out the combustible products? The 15,000 cigars and cigarettes that are available for sale.
You should be quadrupling it at least. At least quadrupling it, if not more.
At least 100,000, not 4,000. 4,000 is a drop in the bucket.
For sale in the UK. So I'm saying, don't need to go crazy and be as totally wild as the UK. Just go to 4,000. And the reason I'm saying 4,000 is it's a non-marginal change from 34. And we're not talking about going from 34 to 65 to 102. It has to be a non-marginal change up to 4,000 or far more.
Far more. Way more. And he's going to get into the whole timeline here. Here's something that he doesn't factor into his whole timeline, that by law, the FDA has to issue an authorization or a rejection of a PMTA application in 180 days. The big problem with that whole scenario is, what do you think the life cycle is of a product like this? This disposable vape, or not even a disposable product. What do you think the life cycle is for this rebuildable tank?
Yeah, it's on a couple of months. Yeah,
do you think it's 180 days?
Oh, no.
Every month, there's a new variation of these disposable vapes that are coming out. 30 days is what the life cycle is in the streets for sale. And it took them maybe 30 or 60 days ahead of time to formulate that and manufacture those products. And maybe they spent 30 days prior to that to actually come up with the idea of getting it for sale. So if you do not want to stymie the innovation that is constantly taking place on the black market products that are available for sale, you need to have something that can get authorized in less than 180 minutes, not 180 days.
But even again, that number he's put there, 4,000, you're still 11,000 shy of what there is of combustibles. So you've got to at least equal it. You know what I mean? You've got. You
if you have any chance in hell of trying to affect the number of smokers.
It's got to be at least
equal. You will
equal.
never be able to face down the illicit Chinese vapes and crowd them out of that market. And you'll constantly be dealing with essentially an unregulated market.
I think we should be celebrating the illicit Chinese products that continually develop themselves into what is it that is going to satisfy consumer demand. What flavor profiles are they in the mood for now that we're moving into summer?
The ironic thing is that, the Chinese market, just about everything is made in China, vape-wise, just about everything. Shenzhen, that's where they come from. Everything. It might, even the ones that's authorized by the FDA, they might be made in America, but I bet some of the parts and, the components.
Every single one of the products that are authorized by the FDA have components that are manufactured in Shenzhen.
In China,
whether it be the coil, whether it be the battery, whether it be the charging circuit, the circuit board, something inside that product is made in Shenzhen. Every single one of them.
Exactly.
Shenzhen is not the enemy. They are the purveyors of public health. Because if it wasn't for them, if they would simply listen to the FDA, we'd be stuck in 2015 technology.
Mm-hmm.
That's what makes vaping work. Is the constant innovation to make products better. Even old designs like these drippers are constantly being innovated, and there's a new product put out at least yearly. Can't have that with the FDA regulations the way they sit today.
No, you're fucked.
Okay? Only way you can get to 4,000 is by lowering barriers to entry. At present, the only companies that can play in this market are really large companies with, a lot of money behind them, tobacco companies, a few specialists like Juul.
Yeah. You don't need to lower the barriers to entry. You need to remove them. As many of them as is physically possible, remove these barriers to entry so that anybody that can come up with a brilliant idea can bring that product to market. And let the market determine if that product is worthy of staying on the market or if that company goes out of business. Or are you afraid of losing all the cigarette sales?
I think Happy Hippies just hit the nail on the head. We need a Tesla Elon-made disposable. I wonder if that will be authorized.
I hope it is. Because he could elaborate on his plant down in Texas and create the automation necessary to make a product like this. It shouldn't cost hundreds of thousands of dollars to bring a product to market.
No.
But for the most part, you have to be a big company with a simple, high-volume product, or you can't play. Okay. And at the moment, I cast around and got some estimates. People reckon that a successful PMTA would now cost of the order of 10 to 25 million first up. I've seen Juul published an estimate as high as 100 million, and obviously, if you're doing future things or replicants, it comes in lower. Okay, now what has the FDA said in the past was a reasonable amount? You can go back to the regulatory impact assessment that FDA published in 2016 to get estimates. It's an incredibly dull document, but very, very interesting in some ways. And it has these tables in it, table 11 and 12, which table 11 I think is there on the right. I just want to walk you through the numbers that they were using at the time their regulatory authority was granted. Okay, now this is a simplified version of the table for liquids. Okay, so these were the costs of PMTAs, 181,000 to 2 million. They would cover 15 to 5 products respectively, and that would give a cost per product of 12,000 to 402,000. Then they put them together in a weighted average and came up with 115 to 131. This is for a first-time application. Okay, so we're already talking about numbers that are far, far lower than we've seen in the marketplace so far. Then they did the numbers for subsequent applications. So when you've done one, it's cheaper to do the next one. Okay, but look at those numbers there, down the middle. Okay, we're talking tens to hundreds of thousands. We're not talking tens of millions to get these products over the line. So I think
that's still too expensive. I think you should be able to log into a government website, file your product application with them, and as soon as you get done paying your registration fee for the product that you want to launch, you launch your product. And then you have 12 months. You have 12 months to come up with, let's say, your harmful and potentially harmful chemical analysis of your product. It's that simple.
This is what I'm struggling to get my head around, right? They're charging these extortionate amounts of money.
No, FDA doesn't charge this. This is how much it costs for you to hire the private scientists and the private laboratories to test your product, to submit the science necessary for the FDA to go, yes, you have enough science to show that your product isn't going to kill anybody.
All that for them just to sit in the arse and read a bit of paper when they get time.
Exactly. And the whole problem I have with this whole scenario is the FDA at this point, with all the applications that have been submitted and they've rejected, have literally read terabytes of science. They know the fundamental fact is 80%, or at the very lowest, 50% of the e-liquid that goes into these vapes is vegetable glycerin. The other half of it is propylene glycol that may have flavoring in it and it may have nicotine in it. So they know the science, and they know that science is nowhere near the harm that you could ever possibly have from a combustible product.
This is the thing, you don't need that much because all the manufacturers, right, they'll have their own scientists who do the formulas and do all that shit, right? They'll have the people that make it and all that, and the science that goes behind it and all that, right? So they'll produce, like you said, with anything, with foods, you produce a list of what blah, blah, blah is in it, blah, blah, blah. All they need to do is get an independent scientist to verify what them scientists have said, and then that's job done. You don't have to fuck on going through all that shit. You just need somebody to verify it.
All of these products have a very similar common liability.
Well,
and that common liability is so low compared to a combustible tobacco product that it should be treated as a consumer product. If I want to introduce a brand new toaster onto the market, or a coffee maker, or a set of paper plates, I don't need to prove that that's not going to harm the public, because the general consensus of understanding is that there's no way a paper plate or a toaster or a coffee maker is going to harm the public, especially when you compare it to the things that are out there in comparison. You can take your meat and you can actually cook it over a fire, and there's no regulations on what you're using to create that fire. Whether you're burning garbage to cook your meat, or whether you're using natural gas or propane or charcoal briquettes or a bottle of Zippo fluid. Nobody gives a shit about it, because they know that in comparison to something like a combustible cigarette, you're always going to be safer, no matter what you use. It's that simple.
The thing is, at the end of the day, liquid is, like you said, it's a pretty bog standard formula. Just the way the companies flavor them is different. That's it. Everything else is exactly the same.
And in general, in most cases, that's less than 25% of the flavoring that goes into your e-liquid. And even that 25% is a percentage of the PG that it's in. We're talking minuscule quantity. It's like measuring how much salt you put on your food, or how much black pepper you put on your breakfast eggs. You're trying to regulate that.
The grains.
You're counting the grains of salt or the grains of black pepper that go onto your sunny side up eggs in the morning breakfast. And that's completely unnecessary by the regulator. Oh, you're going to sell eggs? Okay, sell the eggs. Here's some basic safety principles you cannot exceed. Job done.
Easy.
Now, you have 12 months after your product hits the market. If you want to continue to sell it, then you need to actually test it in a lab to verify that nothing, when it's used as appropriate, inside of a product like this, is going to exceed known harm levels.
Yeah.
We highly doubt that anybody's ever going to reach that. But Patrick said one time that, one of the custard recipes, tobacco custards that they had, tested super high on the potentially harmful constituents. Well, maybe you need to cut your flavoring percentage in half, and now it'll be safe. You don't need to stop selling it. Just adjust your recipe so that it doesn't exceed these known harm levels. Job done. Appropriate for the protection of public health. And we can take those 55 million tobacco consumer users and all have them using safe, effective products that will get them to stop smoking over time.
Exactly.
If you want to solve the problem, solve the problem. Quit dicking around and using these red herrings on why we can't progress further. Because the black market doesn't care about what you want.
Yeah, it's our bureaucracy as well, isn't it, man? It's bullshit.
And as much as I love Clive, because he normally represents the consumer's perspective on things, at least to some degree, this year it was so infinitesimal that half of his speech just got chopped out.
Yeah.
FDA needs to go back to the regulatory philosophy it had in mind in 2016. This is for devices, same sort of story. We don't need to go into it, just to remember that the numbers envisaged back in 2016 were far, far lower than the outturns that we're seeing today. So I'm saying, okay, you want to get the cost down into the 10 to 50, 500K for a good product authorization. Right, reduce assessment time to 180 days. Oh my God, is that even possible? Well, it doesn't matter whether it's possible or not because it's the actual law. And the law says it has to be 180 days, no more than 180 days.
And that 180 days that's not ambiguous is for all submitted PMTA applications. If your goal is to submit 100,000 applications and authorize them for sale in the market, it cannot take 180 days for each of them because you'll never meet the statutory requirements of meeting all application answered in 180 days. Yeah. So if it takes more than 180 minutes, it's already too long and too laborious and not appropriate to protect the public health. So that's why I say you should be able to just log into a website like you log into a website to register your business. You should be able to do the exact same thing to launch your product. And then once you're launched with the FDA, then they can send you the paperwork and a list of things that you need to get lab results to verify you do not exceed the harmful and potentially harmful components that we have that are known to be a fraction of what they are in cigarette smoke.
Yeah.
Job done. Move forward. Save people's lives.
It's not even slightly ambiguous, yet it's the most widely ignored part of the law. I mean, the FDA can be super pedantic sometimes, but not about this, funnily enough. So I just as an illustration of how terrible things are, I'm just going to give you the Juul 1 timeline. Couple of dates there, deeming rule and the PMTA deadline was settled. If you had the product on the market before the deadline, the PMTA, before the deeming rule, and made an application before the deadline, product could stay on the market. Juul basically complied with that. The PMTA was denied, then it was rescinded on the 6th of June 2024. Okay, that's 180 days on that scale there. Okay, that's 180 days.
Look how
Here
small
we are at
that
the
is.
Ecig Summit, 19th of May. We're at 1,775
10 times
days.
as long.
3rd of July, it'll be
Still don't have an answer.
1,800 days, precisely 10 times the length required by law. Juul 2, another point here, I'm not going to go on about Juul too much, but this illustrates an interesting point. An updated product was submitted in 2023, again, 180 days, and we haven't seen any authorizations. That can't go on the market because it wasn't on the market before 2016. However...
And the best part is, Juul 2 uses two-factor authentication to enable the device to function. It is far superior to the original Juul that was invented and put out into the market.
Yeah.
So, they want to cry the blues and use the red herring of youth use, which is bullshit, because if the FDA cared about youth use, they would have authorized the Juul, because the Juul cannot function for a youth. You need to register with Juul and submit documentation that you are a legal-aged adult consumer of these products for your device to function. And that device has to stay within Bluetooth range of your phone that has a login to the website to authorize your product being able to be used. So if you lost your Juul, it wouldn't work unless you brought it back to your phone and then re-enabled it with that login credentials. So if they care about youth use, this product would be available for sale today in the United States, but it's not. However, it is available for sale in the UK.
It has been on the market in the UK in 2021. Now, what's happening here, and this is the big hidden penalty of this type of regulation, is that American manufacturers or law-abiding manufacturers are missing out on innovation. They can't put the newest products into the marketplace. And this is the Juul's doing quite well in the UK, as far as I know, but it can't be on the market in the United States, okay? Yet, in the illicit market, stuff that's being dreamed up in labs in Shenzhen is coming in the next container load, and it's out there straight away, meeting consumer demands and responding to changes in taste. Okay, so the drag on the innovation.
Speaking of which, the changes in taste, most of the flavoring components that we have here are made in Europe. Either in Poland or in Italy. A lot of these flavoring companies, that's where they're originally based. And they also serve other people like dentists. I was shocked because there was a guy that was down in Australia was talking about how they took their kid to the dentist, and their dentist was pulling a tooth on the child and asked them, what scent do you want in your child's anesthesia? I have these Capella flavors here. Which one do you want? Strawberry? I mean, pick your scent that you want your child to have for their anesthesia. And it's the same flavors that we use to make our e-liquids.
Wow.
Innovation system is a critical failure here because it lends a massive advantage to the Chinese illicit trade. Okay, how to do it? Let's go. We've already talked about what to do. How to do it, okay? I've got a four-part thing here as well. First of all, you've got to rethink the appropriate for the protection of public health measure, but within the law. No point in trying to change that at the moment. And my contention is that needs to become...
Do you know what the nickname for that law is that requires these PMTAs? The Marlboro Monopoly Protection Act. And it has been 100% successful because every single product that's available and authorized for sale, Marlboro profits from it in some way, shape, or form, whether directly as their own product or whether they're simply getting, a stipend for every product that's sold because they have a patent on some part of that product that's authorized that's being manufactured by, let's say, Japan Tobacco or R.J. Reynolds. It's the Marlboro Monopoly Protection Act for a reason, so it needs to change. But in lieu of, not expecting any actual change and that benefits the public in Washington, D.C., we got to do what we can do with what is out there now. And I do think that it can be done because you cannot live in a vacuum and not understand that the FDA already knows as a product class, these products cannot exceed the harm of a combustible tobacco product, which they are legally mandated to authorize and reauthorize. Oh, half of your cigarettes will kill those that use it as directed. Oh, you're authorized. But when it comes to a vape, oh, no. Sorry, you're not authorized for any of that. They're all denied.
Exactly.
Unless you're paying some of your benefits to Marlboro, then we can think about it.
More reality-based than it is at the moment, which is hardly at all. Pre-market, you should focus on product characteristics that are specific to the product. So the safety of the product, the labeling, and the marketing, okay? Things you can know about the product. What you can't know is what's going to happen when it's out in the market. And I'm going to talk about that in a minute, okay? What is exactly going to happen when this thing goes into the marketplace? No one really knows. If we did, we'd all be rich because we'd be successful investors. Finally, I just think, this is a bigger subject, but I think we need to think differently here. Regulators, tobacco control, are losing the ability to work through coercion.
They are not losing it. They've completely lost it. When they issued millions of denials for PMTA applications and all of those products are still available for sale on the black market, you've given up all controls over these products. And the only people that control what these products are and have in them is the manufacturing origin, which we all know to be in Shenzhen. And their goal is to satisfy the consumer as much as possible. That's why they keep innovating these products and why they keep improving things and why we've now got up to 50,000 puff disposables available for sale, because that's what the consumer wants. They don't want to buy one of these every single day. They want to buy one or two a month. And Shenzhen's like, okay, here you go. Job done. Don't worry about it. 6 months from now, you'll have one that'll last you a whole month.
Coercion, punishment, stigma, and so on, and nor should they. Okay, I think we need to move to a system in which we focus on the role of public health, the tobacco control regulators as enablers rather than enforcers, or primarily enablers rather than enforcers. Try to help people to be as safe as they want to be, as a great man once said. The guy on the right is Ben Uden.
And actually, people were very clear that they're sick of public health assuming that drug use or substance use is problematic, because actually a lot of people find benefit from it. And I think it's really important that we're hearing these voices and understanding when we're talking about tobacco harm reduction.
Yeah, could I just add? I mean, I think we're talking a lot today about hypotheticals.
It's not hypothetical. The summit started at 8:15 in the morning. They took lunch at 12:35 in the afternoon. That's 4 hours and 20 minutes. 15,600 seconds. One death every 5 seconds. Do a little bit of simple math. 3,120 people dead globally while you're sitting here talking about this. In America, that's one death every 65 seconds. 240 Americans died before lunch at the Ecig Summit. In the UK, that's one death every 416 seconds. 38 people in the UK died before lunch while they're dicking around trying to figure this out. This is not hypothetical. This is reality. People smoke for the nicotine but die from the hostility to tobacco harm reduction. It's that simple. That's keeping it real. Anything else is a lie.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to give people with lived experience a voice. I started smoking tobacco in 1969 when I was 10. In October of 2014, I began vaping, intending to use my vape when I was somewhere I couldn't smoke. By March of 2015, I realized I didn't know the last time I smoked. I had accidentally quit smoking. It became my mission to help people experience success just like I did. In late 2020, I was diagnosed with depression and anxiety. In early 2021, autism, ADHD, PTSD, and RSD were added to the alphabet soup that is part of my identity. I guess I was on a new mission to prove how complicated humans can be. Along with my childhood experiences, my diagnosis just about guaranteed I fit the statistics of those who experience a high rate of smoking. From 2014 to 2021, I spent most of my days at the vape shop that was first owned by my son and later owned by me. It was gratifying to help people stop smoking, and it was devastating to have to close the shop and lose the opportunity to help people who smoke. It always bothered me when I couldn't help someone stop smoking. Vaping is not the answer for everyone. In 2023, I took the Rutgers Tobacco Treatment Specialist course and learned about ways to help people beyond vaping. Even though I'm not at a shop anymore and I don't work at a clinic, I used my lived experience as someone who smoked, combined with what I learned at the vape shop, with the traditional methods I learned from Rutgers, to help anyone I find who wants to quit smoking. Last year, I joined an online peer support group. There were 10 women in my group. All of us were diagnosed later in life with depression and autism. Most of us also live with ADHD. Half of the women in my group smoked. It's the perfect time to share their story because May is Mental Health Awareness Month. One day during one of our sessions, I absent-mindedly picked up my vape and used it. That got the immediate attention of the whole group. One of the ladies blurted out, "Do you know how dangerous that shit is?" And she quickly rattled off many of the misperceptions about nicotine and vaping that most of us in this room are familiar with. One of the ladies who smokes volunteered that she knows a couple of people who tried vaping to quit smoking, and it worked for them. The 5 ladies who smoked asked if we could start a side group and talk about quitting smoking. At our first meeting, one of the ladies boldly stated she didn't want to quit smoking, but she wanted to be part of the group so she could learn more and support the others. One of the best lessons I learned from Rutgers was to meet people where they were at, and she was welcome to join us. Another of the ladies was not interested in vapes and decided to try the patch first. She couldn't stop smoking. I reassured her, it's okay. I suggested she try lozenges and build time in her day to do things she finds enjoyable and relaxing. She missed keeping her hands busy, so now she has a book and a crochet project with her no matter where she goes. The other 3 ladies had all tried NRTs before and failed to stop smoking. They weren't interested in trying that again. The 3 of them attempted vaping first. One of them didn't like vaping at all, so I suggested pouches to her. Like me, she likes coffee flavors, and a coffee-flavored pouch was the thing that did the trick for her. Of the last 2, one quit smoking in a couple of days, and since then, she has also quit vaping. The other one continued to dual use for a long time. I kept giving the one who dual use suggestions to help her transition away from smoking, and she was down to 2 cigarettes a day when she finally made the switch. So, 4 of the 5 ladies no longer smoke, with one of them now nicotine-free. I bet you're curious about the 5th lady. She still attends our meetings, and she still says she's not ready to stop smoking. But during our April meeting, I noticed a vape sitting on her shelf. She hasn't mentioned vaping, so none of us are mentioning it either. Sometimes meeting people where they're at means waiting for them to be ready to talk about something. I was happy to see that vape on her shelf, and I hope it means she's experimenting. She will continue to have our judgment-free support and acceptance. That is the greatest gift you can give to someone like the women in my support group. Thank you.
Yeah.
5 minutes left. We're almost done, folks.
Thank you, Professor Thomas. I'm Marcelo from PMI Brazil, and I would invite the panelists to make, a thinking experiment with me, imagining that nicotine is wiped out from the face of the earth. Would it be a better place to live, or
not possible?
Would it be people happier, or?
Literally not possible.
It
They're in
grows naturally in fruit
eggplants,
and veg.
potatoes,
Yeah.
tomatoes, anything in the nightshade family. You're always going to have nicotine on this planet. You cannot eliminate nicotine from the face of the earth. Unrealistic. Completely not founded in science.
Not going to
better
happen.
better off than right now, or not? What do you think? And the other element is, after nicotine, something will be coming next. The next, say, number one public enemy, and then another one, and then another one. So, what do you think about it? And what do you think about the, say, the progression of governments taking care of individual freedoms or wills or preferences? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marcello. Anyone want to jump in? What if nicotine disappeared? How would things be different?
Well, nicotine in any form. I mean, if you look at the totality, I presume if you had combustible nicotine disappear, probably be a better place.
People would have a lot more money.
Yeah.
No, people will not have a lot more money. People live within their means. If you got rid of nicotine, if you got rid of combustible cigarettes, they would spend that money on something else. People live within their means.
Sorry.
If you eliminated cigarette smoking, the people that gave up their meals because they would rather spend the money on a pack of cigarettes when their tight budget doesn't allow them to have both, would actually go and have their second meal or their lunch for the day. People would not have a lot more money. That's bullshit.
Yeah.
And I think the notion that if nicotine disappeared, somehow it would create a vacuum where new products would move into, yeah, those new products are coming regardless. People are always looking for the next new way to feel differently, to change, alter consciousness. I mean, that's something that has been part of the human psyche since there were plants to ingest.
I would sort of turn the question around as well. As a preventive medicine expert, I'm a firm believer that you can't eliminate risk from life. You can only choose which risks you'll accept. I'm on a bicycle, and that's probably one of my bigger risks of dying at times. In the U.S., combustible cigarettes is close to 500,000 deaths a year. And I target that because that's where the money is. That's where, not money for me, but that's where the prevention money is. Eliminating nicotine would eliminate that, and then I would sort of move on to the next thing that's higher on the list in the U.S.
Keep in mind that nicotine by itself, divorced from combustion, is only 4% the harm of alcohol. So nobody bothered to mention any of that in this question and answer session.
Obesity, nutrition, stuff like that.
So comment is my speaker on, I guess. So we know that when smokers quit nicotine altogether, they actually feel better, that their lives are better. But the people who are still smoking are the people who have got other problems, mental illness problems, ADHD, things like that. And the question is how much they depend. I talked about the potential cognitive benefits, for example. And so I don't really know what the effect would be on people who are using nicotine in that way. It might be better, it might be worse off, I don't know. Or they might want to substitute another stimulant, which basically deals with the problem of focusing. So I think it's a good question.
I am so glad Neil brought that up. I have ADHD and tried Adderall, and I can't take it. And nicotine is what I use to manage my symptoms. I'd be a hurting unit.
She would be fucked. Because what choice does she have to deal with her ADHD? She can't take Adderall, which is the known treatment for it. She uses the nicotine and uses vaping for her to get the medicinal therapeutic benefits of nicotine consumption.
Exactly.
Why didn't any of the other people on that panel acknowledge the fact that there are people using nicotine for therapeutic purposes? And one last thing that we need to cover.
Let me ask a final question and then see if we have anything else from our audience. And given the current atmosphere in Washington, this is an interesting one. Can we address or research the smoking issue, the current issue, without discussing health inequalities and economic disparities?
No.
Okay.
No, I mean, I just don't understand it. And I really would urge people to stop seeing inequalities as a nice thing to have on the list if we can get to that.
Just don't include it in your grant application.
Well, yeah, okay, sorry. So it's different here, and I apologise. And I really am sorry that you're experiencing this. We did have Boris Johnson, if that's any, anyway, never mind. It's not all been rosy for us either. But actually, the social determinants of health, the poor situations that people live in, drive the commercial determinants. And I don't think people really get that supply follows demand, and the demand...
That's the fundamental characteristic that everybody in tobacco control ignores.
Yeah.
Supply follows demand.
Demand.
If you want to change demand, you need to find what it is that causes that demand. You cannot attack the supply without understanding how that's going to impact demand. Just because you increase the price does not change demand. It just changes where people are going to get the supply that they demand. Everybody ignores that.
Demand is created by inequalities. So there is no talking about a tobacco endgame without directly addressing the need, the demand for tobacco, and so no.
Yeah. Well, and that showed up in the study, the most recent study showing that we're almost 2% of smokers in the UK are hidden.
Yeah, exactly. So we're not even counting all our smokers, Yeah.
And actually, people were very clear that they're sick of public health assuming that drug use or substance use is problematic, because actually a lot of people find benefit from it. And I think it's really important that we're hearing these voices and understanding when we're talking about tobacco harm reduction.
With all those different perspectives, there's still common ground in smoking. And even if we could pick the biggest piece of fruit, we can move on to the areas we don't agree later on. But first off, we need to do something about all the people that are dying. And I think anybody could agree on that.
Hell yeah.
That is the E-Cigarette Summit from 2025, and the perspective that I really, really wish everything would have been addressed and presented. Put the focus where it belongs. We have 500,000 people die from cigarette smoking in this country every single year. Can we solve that problem before you worry about the pedantic nuances that, differentiate between this and differentiate between that? Can we stop the people dying prematurely first before we worry about the red herrings that are constantly out there and the misinformation?
It would be nice, wouldn't it?
That's what the focus needs to be on. I'm sick and tired. None of the scientists ever bother comparing anything in these vapes to a cigarette. They're night and day.
Mm-hmm.
Using a toaster is more harmful to your health and has more potential to harm than does using a vaping product for nicotine consumption. What do you think, mate?
It's still head-scratching stuff, isn't it? You know what I mean? Like you said, all the science out there and all the positive information, yet it still falls on deaf ears, and you're like, what have we got to do? What more do you want? What have we got to do? Why
we
are
have
you
population
so
level
adamant?
proof from New Zealand that this works to quit smoking.
Exactly. I mean, how much more research do they need for the harms on nicotine vaping? I've been vaping a long time. I feel great. You've been vaping a reasonably amount of time. You feel great.
5 years?
Why do you need to research that? Why do you need to research that? Ask the person who's vaping. Not fucking hard.
Well,
is
see,
it?
the problem is that when you're talking to a scientist, it's all about where they're going to get the next funding from for their next study. When you talk to a regulator, it's about solving a problem and making them look good so they can get reelected. And who is constantly left by the wayside as rotting flesh? It's us, the consumers.
Yeah.
We're denied tobacco harm reduction for their financial benefit.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt.
It's that simple.
Yeah.
Why did that one fade? That shouldn't have faded. That should have been a move. Anyway, Trump promised to save vaping. His FDA head does not seem inclined to do that. Why? I thought we're supposed to make America healthy again. That's not what's happening.
Wow.
And if you think that the FDA is so good at protecting public health, you are shockingly uninformed. Uninformed consent, the story of polyhemy. Every once in a while, you come across a true story that leaves you dumbfounded and disturbed, revealing a glimpse of the actual evil, not some abstract concept that you read about in a book. This is one of those stories. In 1980s, an Illinois company, Northfield Laboratories, began developing polyhemy, an artificial blood substitute that promised to revolutionize battlefield medicine. What followed was one of the most shocking medical ethics violations in modern history, where hundreds of Americans became test subjects without their knowledge or consent. Polyhemy was the Pentagon's dream, a shelf-stable universal blood substitute that could save soldiers' lives in combat zones where real blood wasn't available. The Department of Defense was so interested that they provided funding to support its development, viewing it as a strategic military asset. In 1992, a report of the Pentagon's commitment to investing in artificial blood, but early trials revealed the alarming dangers of this product. Between 1998 and 2000, a study of heart surgery patients, 10 out of 81 people who received polyhemy suffered heart attacks and 2 died within a week of getting it. The control group, given real blood, had 0 such complications. It halted that study and has not published the full results. But Northfield chairman Steve Gould said polyhemy didn't cause the heart attacks or the disproportionately more deaths. He said that the study was stopped because enrollment was declining and the company wanted to focus on trauma research instead. Really? Here's where it gets really sinister, because if you thought that was bad, it continued after the study was stopped. Northfield quietly halted the trial and chose not to publish the full results. Internal FDA memos called the cardiac outcomes alarming, yet regulators, mindful of Pentagon interests, allowed development to continue to test polyhemy on trauma patients. Northfield exploited a little-known FDA loophole, the exception from informed consent rule. This regulation allows researchers to conduct research on unconscious patients in emergency without their consent because, well, if they're unconscious, they can't agree or disagree to be a part of this experiment, essentially suspending the core tenet of medical ethics. The EFIC loophole worked like this. Northfield held token public meetings with predictably low turnout, distributed opt-out bracelets, and then assumed everyone else consented to be a test subject. As Senator Charles Grassley put it, this made every citizen a potential guinea pig. From 2004 to 2006, a no-consent trial rolled out across 27 cities and 23 hospitals. Major sites included San Diego, Denver, Chicago, Detroit, Kansas City, as well as others. any adult trauma patient in those areas could be enrolled in this study without knowing that they were actually a guinea pig. Here's how it worked. Paramedics carried coolers of polyhemi alongside standard IV fluids. For severely injured patients, they'd open a sealed envelope at random, and polyhemi meant that the immediate infusion of this experimental blood substitute was what the patient got. Saline meant that they got standard trauma protocol. The most disturbing part, even at hospitals, polyhemi patients continued receiving the artificial blood for up to 12 hours before getting real blood. This meant deliberately withholding proven therapy from injured people without their consent or knowledge. Northfield's own admission was telling. Despite claiming extensive community outreach, they acknowledged that a vast majority of the general public has never heard of this trial. Only a small number of residents obtained opt-out bracelets. Everything changed on February 22, 2006, when the Wall Street Journal published, "Amid alarm bells, a blood substitute keeps pumping," exposing the hidden heart attack data from the earlier trial. The medical ethics community erupted in outrage. Within days of the Wall Street Journal expose, Utah hospitals suspended their participation. CBS News ran ethics blast, synthetic blood test. Senator Grassley fired off a scathing letter to the FDA, as politicians love to do, calling the situation outrageous and disturbing. Grassley's letter captured the absurdity perfectly. No reasonable person would expect to be treated as an experimental subject without consent. Yet the FDA had created a system where Americans had to wear, "I decline the polyhemi wristbands," in order to avoid becoming an involuntary enrollee in this scientific study.
Wow.
Throughout the controversy, Northfield CEO Darren Stephen Gould doubled down, insisting that there was no attempt at secrecy and that polyhemi didn't cause the heart attacks. Contrary to what the science showed, the profit motive was clear. After 20 years and $100 million in research with no approved products, the company's survival depended on polyhemi's success. When trial results came in December of 2006, they were devastating. The Chicago Tribune headline said it all. Blood substitute, a disaster in trial. 46 out of 349 patients died versus 35 out of 363 control patients. 11 more people died because they were in the experimental group. Because, you know, the FDA is looking out for public health. And this isn't the first time this kind of stuff has happened. It's ridiculous, dude.
We had like the infected blood scandal, didn't we, over here, where everybody was given infected blood.
Here's what cigarettes came like in 1930.
Oh, fucking hell, that's a corned beef tin opener, that.
Yeah. Because, you know, I mean, in World War I and World War II, you got to keep them dry.
Yeah, but it's kind of cool, that, because it's still it's a resealable lid underneath, pretty much. Or is it?
There you go, man. Just when you think you've seen it all.
Wow.
You want to figure out how not to get a ticket for using your phone while you're driving? Just make yourself a phone cookie.
Clever.
I wasn't using my phone. I was eating my cookies.
Yeah, that's clever. Then again, they only have to look at your phone to see when it was last used. So
and here you go, man. Here's how I figure out we can deal with this problem, right? Mitch Zeller wants to make this a political issue. Let's make this a political issue. Here's the solution to end cigarette smoking in the United States. President Trump, who's the chief executive in charge in this country, is in charge of all government areas and agencies, who works there, who doesn't work there, what we do with the property. So here's what I suggest we do, right? I say President Trump signs an executive order allowing anybody who dies from the harms of tobacco use be allowed to be buried on FDA property. We start lining the driveway to FDA facilities with tombstones of every smoker who died of their combustible tobacco. And I guarantee you the urgency will soon be felt by everybody that works there.
That's cool, yeah.
Especially considering how we talked about before, how in the course of 1 year, 500,000 dead Americans would cover the entire FDA facility in Maryland, in Silver Spring.
Shit.
Job done. You want to make it a political issue? That's an easy way to make it a political issue and solve the problem all at the same time.
Such fucking crackers, isn't it? Be like Spartacus, you know, the road with full of crosses. Remember the film Spartacus, all the road full of crosses.
Every morning when they come to work at the FDA, there'll be all these crosses the whole way in to the parking lot and surrounding the parking lot and surrounding the sidewalks walking into the building. You want to reinforce the importance of the appropriate regulations on what's appropriate for the protection of public health? That's how you do it. Within a year, the problem will be solved. I guarantee you.
So basically, Trump's replaced all the stuff and still nothing's changed. Really?
No, nothing's changed. It's the same old misinformation that's out there. It's kind of like this lovely picture. Okay? Here's the FDA trying to regulate vaping products. We're getting there.
Oh shit, we're stuck. We're stuck again. No, we're going. No.
Oh, another lawsuit.
Yeah, oh, we're there. No,
oh, there you go. Regulations are done. We're good.
After all that fucking on, access denied.
Yes. Exactly.
Holy moly. Wow.
Job done.
I don't know, like I said. Bit mixed on that one, mate. Didn't know what to say. Some were talking sense, some were not. Some were just touting for money.
They're all just touting for money. That's all they care about. They're all a bunch of greedy bastards.
Exactly, mate.
If they actually wanted to improve public health, they could do it. They already have enough science to show the way, the path forward. We have a country that is just 70,000 smokers away from being smoke-free.
Yeah, I don't know.
Sweden's already showed the way.
Of course they have. So New Zealand, look at the fuck what they've done.
But instead of celebrating success, we got to chastise people for still being addicts. You're just a nicotine addict.
That's exactly. There's no harm in it. What's wrong with being that? It's like a caffeine addict. You know what I mean? What's the harm? None.
Well, if there's no harm, there's no funding for science.
Exactly.
So we got to find harms to get the next research grant.
Definitely. I don't know. Mate. Like you say, what more do you have to do? They're ignorant
Ignore
of
them.
death.
That's what we have to do. We have to ignore them.
Yeah.
And we need to focus back on mixing and chilling and just have a good old time and not worry about them, because they're going to keep doing what they're doing because they're only worried about their own financial vested interest.
Seems that way.
Politicians only care about getting reelected. They don't actually solve any problems. They make the situation worse. 99.9% of the time, they just make it worse. Should have left it alone, not even addressed it. Youth vaping's the same way. The only reason why there's so many kids that try it is because they hear about it all the time. They're like, that's what all the popular kids are doing. Oh, well, I want to be a popular kid. What is that thing?
But then again, like, kids have always got that, like, anarchist thing, you know, the rules were made to be broken, you know what I mean? Oh, why can't I do that? I'm going to find out why I can't do that. Give us a go at that. You know what I mean?
Do a scientific study. Say that if you have to drink a bottle of water every single day, how many kids will start drinking bottles of water every single day?
Not. Because I just say it's a rule. It's you have to. Fuck you. No, I don't. You know what I mean? That's the way it is. Rules were meant to be broken or bent. Very well bent.
I think it's time for some alcohol. What do you say?
Oh, I could do one after that. Like, definitely could do with a chill out beer after that.
For your entertainment today, we've got another lovely can of Stella Artois.
He's got his Stella. I know it is. I nearly bought some of them the day, you know. I nearly did. But I went for my good old proven one. I got my good old fashioned 1664. I love this shit. 4.6% alcohol by volume and a full pint can. As you can hear that lovely pull ring. Oh, mine's fizzing. Oh, shit. I caught it. So there we go. We're both on the beer. Hey, there's a first. Happy
Bloody
days.
fantastic. And they're so concerned about the alcohol by volume that you can't even read it on this can. Now, without getting it under the right light and the right conditions. And once you open the can, forget about trying to find that percentage.
It'll be in the small print, mate.
Yeah, the small print that you can clearly read right there.
Exactly. They're like an FDA.
To your health, mate.
To you too, sir.
Cheers.
Bottoms up. That's nice.
That is nice. Very nice. I got 3 cans of it for today.
Oh, it's nice.
Such a dreary and gloomy day. Talking about death. How many different ways do you think you could say? How many phrases are there that can be substituted for death?
Oh, kick the bucket, pop your clogs.
Yeah. We're going to get it completely out of our system because I'm going to cover them all right here. Come up with a figure, and then you're going to count how many of them that I've come up with just off the top of my head real quick.
25.
All right. Ready to start counting them?
Cool.
All right, here we go. Pass on, kick the bucket, pop their cogs, gone to a better place, go over the big bridge, go bung, go for a Burton, belly up, big sleep. You ready for the big sleep? Bite the big one, cash in on one's chips, check out, join the choir invisible, Answering the curtain call. Dead as a dodo. Dead as a doornail. Deleted. Departed. Didn't make it. Erased. Expired. Exterminated. Extinct. Faded away into bliss. Fell off the toilet. Gave up the ghost. Hand in one's dinner pail. Hop the last rattler. Abraham's bosom. Clipped. Join the great majority. Become fish food. Permanently pegged out. Popped one's clogs. Under the daisies. 6 feet under. Snuffed out. Tango uniform. And for you not military folks, that's tits up. Wiped out. Worm food. What do you think? Did I miss anything?
I think I got about 38 there, 37, 38. I've got one more.
Oh!
And it's a UK one called Pushing Up the Daisies.
Pushing up the daisies.
Yeah.
Fertilizer, fish food. Finally got it out of my system. Thank goodness.
To totally number, you could also round up saying you're fucked.
You're fucked no more.
Shark bait. My God.
Neil Pitt says that if the majority of vape companies set up a lobbying group in Washington, D.C., gave money to political groups and gave politicians trips, vapes would be legal. It all comes down to money and not health.
So true, sir. Kind of a...
Yeah.
We mentioned that many a time.
Miller
It's all
Gates
down
got
to
one.
that dollar bill.
Shark bait.
Son of Liberty Radio said achieved room temperature. What? not for very long, though. You know what I mean?
Oh, hell yeah. Permanently.
I don't know now. Could that be one on the slab? You're on the slab? No.
Yes.
You've fucking opened a can of worms here, like, haven't you? Everybody's going to be thinking of them all night now.
What the hell?
I love it. Love it.
You got to laugh about it, or you're going to spend the whole day crying.
Well, this is it, mate. Life's too short, man. Life's too short.
It is, man. It is. Hear this little snot, last time I probably saw him was years and years ago when I was down the fire hall, or probably at my wife's wedding. My wife and I's wedding was the last time I saw this punk.
Jeez. Wow. County Morgue, you stab him, we slab him.
That's a good one. Trying to work our way into the dad jokes.
I forgot the simple ones. Died, dying, died, dying to die. There you go.
Passed
you
away.
Died. Oh, GTA, wasted.
Gone to meet his maker.
Yeah. Oh, yes. You got an appointment with your maker, Bonnie lad.
It's the only thing every single one of us will eventually do.
Eventually. Well, we will. It's as simple as that. One way or the other.
Now the question is when? As you get older in life, you come to realize, I don't want to have this happen anytime soon. I want to drag that out as much as possible.
I think a lot of people's fear of dying is not dying itself, it's how you die. That's probably mine. How? Is it going to be painless, peaceful? You know what I mean? That's probably the thing with everybody. Death, marriage, life, divorce. It's kind of true. Like,
well, that's only true until you find the right person, and once you find the right person, then all of a sudden everything clicks.
That's true. That is true. 6-pack kids you want so quick. Found the wrong one, mate. That's it, mate.
Well, the only hand check that I got, I actually had to scarf off of Patrick on Twitter because nobody submitted any real hand checks this week. I mean, I did see some last week, and I couldn't remember if we covered them. I'll roll the hand check bumper. There you go. Patrick's hand check. Posted it on Twitter earlier today. He's got a beautiful 5 Pawns Sweet Gambit. That's an e-liquid brand I've never ever tried.
The SBS side.
And then we got a beautiful side by side.
Looks like the mix.
Yeah.
6-pack kids said there's 3 hand checks in the Discord. Ooh.
Well, I'm going to have to go and grab them.
The way 10 days, that's 4 or 5 months, 3 months. You all know I will. Jesus Christ. Fucking hell, Darren.
All right. Is this one I already have? No, it is not.
Pardon my ass.
Alex, got yours. 6-pack kid. Ooh, beautiful Harley. And William Dobson's latest one.
You can always rely on good old William. The man himself.
I can't type. Can't blame that on Windows. All right. So we should be good now. Let's move to the end and then come back. There's somebody's beautiful stash down in Australia.
Wow.
That's what they have to not smoke again. Here's William Dobson's from last week.
The Hammer of God.
And there's the one he just uploaded. Seriously,
Very
donuts, apple fritter.
Ooh, that'd be nice. I like that one.
That's Bogan's latest mod, huh?
I think so.
Go back the other way.
What was it called again?
Here's Alex's latest contribution. Little single battery jobber.
Mine's just of the cube.
Yeah.
Trapdoor
Here's
model.
Alex's from last week.
Very nice.
Ribbed design.
He's got
Here's 6-pack kids. Harley Davidson.
Oh, that's cool.
I like that.
That
That's
is
a gorgeous
cool.
all-in-one. And that's it. There's your hand checks. What's your hand check? What are you vaping on?
Well, I'm just done my latest review. I've got is that little X SBS with the battery on. Flavor of
Very
this thing
nice.
is absolutely flavor's phenomenal. I've got that. I've still got me me Pava, my little Pava mod there. You know, this little fella that's supposed to be like a little Apple Watch.
Hey, bastard! Hello and welcome.
And then in the X, I've got some pod salts, apple.
Very nice.
And this one is, that one's 20. And the other one I've got strawberry, which is 11. I've got a boot full of these. Remember when I bought all that juice off that guy who used to have a vape shop? I've got a boot full of these. I've got tons of
really?
these. Oh, yes. There's a couple I don't like, which are tobaccos. One's like a summit leaf, and another one's a thing, but they'll not be getting used. Like, but I've got loads of little flavoured ones like that. But never. A little word of advice from me: never ever try to direct to lung 20 milligram. Oh, it hurts.
I imagine it would. What do we have going on here? How come? Where's our scene transitions? Move transition. Why did all these scenes have a different override on it? I don't understand that. Anyway, my hand checks. I've got this one here that is completely done, and both of the ones that were sent to me are completely dead, and it's embargoed until the 1st. So Thursday, you'll see the review for this coming up where I tear it down. We've talked about it before, and actually see if it is possible for them to do 50,000 puffs, compare tank sizes and all. So that's on Thursday. You'll see that one. Also, the review to finish up this week and get finally published, we have the Thunderhead Creations Tauren Max, a delicious, lovely dripper.
Very nice. Ooh. Very nice.
We have the Thunderhead Creations Vortex 30 dripper. That's also going to get published this week.
There, yes. Seem to be knocking out some good stuff then, doing the Thunderheads.
Very, very nice. Also need to get finished up this weekend. We have this Watofo. This is the Next Pod Refillo, and it's just like the Ox Bar. That's my favorite. Matter of fact, you're going to have to convince me somehow that they're not using the exact same coil inside, because they won't die. Been using this for a month now.
Really?
Will not die.
Wow.
That's the Next Pod Refillo. And I just got it in. We have the Hell Vape VC pod system I'm going to start this week. The review on.
Oh, a VC.
VC.
A VC. Very nice.
Very, very nice.
Looking
so
good,
wonderful
sir.
to have it. And then obviously, I still have my clutch.
Oh, piss off.
Just sitting here, hanging out, chilling. Tasty. I'm really looking forward to today because we got the TFV18 as our retro vape, and I found an old Mad Melon Tropic King e-liquid we're going to put in there.
Oh, God.
Especially with the TFV18. Oh, it's going to go straight to my head.
Clouds
2
for
chops
days,
is about probably
bro.
all it's going to take.
Clouds for days, bro. So what's going to take the fog out of that room of yours?
Between the fan in my doorway and the ceiling fan, it takes an awful lot to get this room fogged out. When I did that one review where it looked like I was sitting in the London fog, I legit had to shut those fans off and close the door in order to get this room to look like a London fog.
Well, we'll see. I'm the good old 18.
And I'm still rocking Blaze Max.
Yeah, I've still got mine kicking about there, yeah. He's still there.
And the e-liquid that goes into that Mango Sunrise I truly loved. I decided, okay, I'm going to start trying to swap out the orange flavor that's in there. We went from Capella's Juicy Orange was the original formulation, delicious recipe. I put Vape Train Australia's Orange Tang in there as a substitute for Juicy Orange. Does not work at all.
None of it, no. Nah.
It does not taste like a Mango Sunrise anymore. The Orange Tang so far exceeds the mango. You cannot taste mango in that recipe anymore with Orange Tang as a substitute. It's got to be Juicy Orange from Capella, or it doesn't work.
It's a shame.
There are so many recipes like that. You cannot sub out a single flavoring ingredient in there and get the same type of e-liquid. It completely changes the profile. and I don't enjoy it as much. It's going to take me a bit of effort to get through that 60 mils.
So it just goes to show a brand is just as important as a flavor and a recipe.
Yes, very much so.
Yeah.
There are some recipes you can get away with subbing out this ingredient or that ingredient, especially if they're accent flavors. But when you only have like 3 ingredients in there, you sub one of them out, it's a completely different recipe.
Yeah, just goes tits up.
Yep. So if you're a brand new mixer, make sure that you buy the ingredients for the recipe and use all the ingredients in that recipe. So
exactly.
Hey, Bastard's like, you'll do it. I know you can do it. Well, of course I can, because I'm spoiled for choice here. I got so many different things I keep swapping back and forth between. Don't matter.
It's got plenty to pick from, boys and girls. Plenty to pick.
Delicious.
I suppose we all have, we've all got a little collection there we'll play with. Oh, wow.
There was one more thing I wanted to show on
what the fuck was that? What was that? Jesus.
Do you remember what it was like when you were still smoking cigarettes? How everything got coated with this brown film? Your white walls would turn brown.
Yeah.
If you smoked inside the house.
That's right, the top.
Here's a room for a smoker that passed away, and they decided to go and clean the room.
Oh, lordy do.
Not an easy task.
Nah. It's not the easiest stuff to get off, like.
No, it is not.
Holy shit. The fucking difference already. The fucking the room's got like friggin' 70% brighter already. Just go poof.
I remember at the club, we took a couple of weekends where the bartenders came in, and I literally bought 5 gallons for each bartender of Windex for them to spray on the walls and wipe the walls down, because it's a club, so you're allowed to smoke inside there. But it's just, that stuff just cakes up everything.
The thing is, you've got to clean it because you can't paint over it. You can't even hide it with paint because your paint just fucking falls off it.
Even the best, like, Killsy that you put on there, it will bleed through that paint.
Yeah. Wow. I actually thought he painted his ceiling brown there for a minute. Jesus. But we were ignorant to it though, weren't you? Because of the gradual, so if it done it overnight, you'd go, oh fuck. But because it was gradual, you never noticed it.
You didn't notice it.
You just probably just got used to it, you know what I mean? Until you went like on the wall one day, and went, oh fuck.
What's even worse is you would notice the smell of it.
Aye.
As a smoker, you never noticed it. Only the non-smokers noticed it. And I used to hate when I would DJ at the clubs over the weekend, because I would come home and I'd take my shirt off and I could smell it. I'm like, oh, that was horrible.
Yeah, that's right.
I was breathing that in the whole time I was down there.
Yeah. When you pack it in, you can smell the mile off. Wherever it is, you can just poof, smell it like a radar.
Yep.
Easy. Even on people, somebody walks past you, you're like, oh, stink fags, mate. You know what I mean? Not that blatantly say anything, but you know they're a smoker.
All right, come the vape apocalypse. I'm down to one mod. Which would it be? Ooh. I don't know. I've had so many ones that I thought were fantastic that completely died. What would it be? I guess I would have to pick a mech. That would never go bad. I could not fathom this ever going bad.
There's mine there. Geek Vape Mech Pro. Simple, nothing too complicated, and it works. It'll never go bad.
I mean, even the PWM mod, there's a risk of the board going bad inside here. Or the button going bad.
No. You would probably have your fucking clutch here.
That's one of the problems with this thing. If you rotate this dial, you're changing the output.
Yeah. It's got electronics in it. It would probably just go bad eventually. Wouldn't be.
The good thing is the electronics in here are so simple. I could replace whatever goes bad in it. But I mean, what a massive difference going from 2.2 volts to 3.2 volts.
Yeah. Oh yes. Awesome bit of kit.
Love it, love it, love it.
Really
Well, sir, I suppose it's time for us to get to the dad jokes.
I've submitted some this week.
Ah, what you got? Oh, yes, you did add some. I did get those last minute ones.
Put them in the Discord.
Awesome.
No more despair. I have paid more than I own. Now what you see is what I give you.
If a vapor's been robbed, which detectives are assigned to the case? Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. Hey man, what do you call advice from a vapor? Drip tips.
Hey, is that a mechanical mod in your pocket? Or are you just happy to see me?
Hey, don't throw your mod at people or else it's battery.
Hey, why did a vapor cross the road? To chase them clouds.
And they told me vaping was cheaper than smoking.
Nope, I don't care. What are you talking about?
Did you hear about the guy who doesn't pay more than 1 cent per mil for juice?
Shut that baby up!
Yeah, we get it. You DIY or die. Gotcha.
What are you waiting for? Let's do this.
It's go time!
In honor of my wife's birthday today, I say we should start referring to age as levels. Because I'm at level 50 sounds a lot more badass than just being 50 years old.
I don't know, like I'm a bit higher on that level, like mate.
Me too, dude. My wife's at level 33. I'm at level 54.
My wife has just turned a milestone, level 40.
Nice.
And then you get the band.
Here's a beautiful map for you. Are you ready? This is a map depicting the levels of drinking in excess.
Oh, look where you are.
Hey, Bastard says, and just because I like to smell of tobacco. Some do, yes? Yes. I used to love going down to the club and smelling other people smoking cigarettes. I would not like how my shirt smelled when I came home from the club, but when I was sitting there vaping at the bar, I would love to smell other people smoking.
Although I don't smoke it, I love the smell of weed. I think it's gorgeous. When you get a certain whatever brand, whatever, I think there's one here called Blue Cheese. It's a bit peppery. The smell of it's gorgeous. You know, I would use it as an air freshener. Wouldn't be very good for the local drug test for dogs, like. But, you know what I mean?
Isn't it interesting, though, taking a look at the different states, how they fare differently? Here you have West Virginia. West Virginia is essentially all green. Like, they drink in West Virginia, but they don't drink to excess.
Well, before you move that map, I'm going to guess. With Texas being moonshine, I bet that's red.
Texas ain't a moonshine state. You're talking about Appalachia. This ironically, this whole green section here is where the Appalachian Mountains go. Right through here. That's where moonshine is the most popular in the country.
And there's no red. Wow.
Not really, no.
No, because I'll tell you why. They'll probably have a glass of it and go fuck and then run their cars on it.
And then you get a certain state, that would be Wisconsin, where it's all in excess.
Wow.
Very interesting how that broke down.
That's weird, isn't it?
Most of the country is in kind of like the middle. Like, some people abuse it, some people don't. There's a lot of dry counties down south, too, ironically enough. In Florida. The party towns in Florida, you can clearly see.
Oh, but I won't believe that.
But here's Texas.
Especially tourist hotspots.
Interesting. Nothing says bad decisions like a bottle of distilled regret, aged in poor choices. Good old Panther Piss, a blend of shitty whiskey distilled in Redwood City, bottled by Bernie Wynn.
Doesn't look all that appealing, does it? Christ almighty.
A man at my wife's work has been sexually harassing her, but honestly, I feel like it's her fault. She chose to work from home, and she knows how I feel about that booty of hers.
I like it. Love it. Yeah.
Good morning, ladies and men. Here's a cock and some coffee to start your day.
Yeah.
My wife asked me to get one of those drinks with her name on it. I bought her a can of Monster, and that's how the fight started.
That's not a good idea.
When the show ended in 1986, Airwolf was returned back to a conventional Bell 222 and spent the remainder of its days as an air ambulance. Even after its film career, it served and still served as a superhero, saving lives that was in need of medical attention.
Really?
Only after it was discontinued did it actually become a museum piece.
Well, yeah. Yeah, well, fucking hell.
The perfect cookie, according to Mallory Gates.
Oh, shit. Green part.
Well, it's definitely realistic.
Oh.
I run entirely on coffee and inappropriate thoughts. You're welcome.
I can relate to that one.
If you're removing anal beads from your partner, do not say, and the winning Powerball numbers are... They don't like that. I now know that and have changed my ways.
Oh, dear me.
Do you know that you are safer drinking with a Marine than drinking with someone from Wisconsin?
Really?
If that puts things into perspective. Meanwhile, keeping perspectives in mind, here we have an advertisement sponsored and supported by the American Cancer Society for Nicorette gum. You can do it. Nicorette can help. How nicotine can help you free you from nicotine. When you smoke, nicotine goes right to your lungs and then to your brain. And the more you smoke, the more you want it. When you want to stop smoking, you can chew Nicorette gum, and you get just enough nicotine in your bloodstream to help you cope with your cravings. You don't get
Really don't.
dangerous tars and toxins and carcinogens that you get from your cigarette. And your cravings get fewer and fewer, and less Nicorette you need, the less you use, until you use none. And none is a wonderful number. Tell me again how that's different than a vape?
That doesn't work. That works.
Job done? Speaking of job not done, here's Donald Trump. I saved flavored vaping in 2019, and it greatly helped people get off of smoking. I raised the age to 21, keeping it away from the kids. No, it didn't. Connor Hartman has proved that it didn't keep it away from the kids. All it did is make them smoke cigarettes, because they thought vaping was just as bad as smoking cigarettes, so they figured might as well smoke cigarettes. Didn't do him any good. He never got old enough to be of legal age to consume tobacco.
Exactly.
So how did your Tobacco 21 help him? Say a few words from old TV commercials that some of us might remember.
This might conflict because we're from two different countries. So I'll know mine, but you might not know mine. Because the one I'm thinking about is the with mash get smash. Now
You're right, I
haven't
don't
got
know
a
that
fucking
one.
clue.
Do you know this
Well,
one?
it was
Where's the beef? Where's the beef?
Well,
That's a Wendy's commercial.
What about
Not happy January? My baloney has a first name. It's OSCAR. My baloney has a second name. It's MAYER.
Remember one? They're great.
Tony the Tiger. We all know Tony the Tiger.
Frosties.
No, it's a name. Jan. Not Happy Jan. Sorry, mate. I missed that.
Yeah, it's we all remember from
Run
our
for the
time, I
border.
suppose. Oh man, the Hoover advert. You do
Run
the
for the
shake
border.
and back and put the shake and back and put the freshness back. Do the shake and back, put the freshness back. When your carpet smells fresh, your room does too. Every time you vacuum, remember what to do. You do the shake and back.
That's pretty cool, man.
After
Our
that,
carpet fresheners never had commercials like that I remember. Nowadays, all the commercials are all about pharmaceutical products.
Yeah.
We don't get any entertaining commercials anymore.
All the pharmaceuticals don't know exactly what they've got. I was going to clean my room, but I got high. Da, 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 da.
But I got high. But I got high.
Yeah, I got high. Da, 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 da.
588 23 Empire for carpet today.
God almighty.
This was also included in my lovely E-Cigarette Summit highlights, and maybe you didn't get an actual good enough glimpse at it, but this is how close humanity is to understanding that their governments are nothing but organized criminals.
Yeah, but I remember that. I noticed that one, mate. I definitely noticed that one.
He
dear.
said, I'll do anything for a couple of beers, and that's when she said, I.
No,
Hey,
like
bastard,
me.
I'll have to check that one out later. When a hippie and a redneck start dating, they can come up with some amazing project ideas.
That's actually quite cool. That like a big dub with a fucking.
Sure is. Except how are you going to turn those wheels?
You can't. That's got rear wheel steering.
I can figure out the crawling into that thing. You got to crawl in literally from the back, but you ain't going to turn them wheels.
Nope.
Lord, please bless this 7-layer Totino's pizza cake to the nourishment my body desires.
Oh, that's
and
a
the
beast,
endorphins and dopamine rush it's going to create when I consume it.
Wow.
I always thought Totino's pizzas were the best. Little did I know they were 500 calories each. And they always got washed down with a can of Mountain Dew. So, I mean, there goes all that lovely bromiated vegetable oil and high fructose corn syrup.
Yeah.
Still carrying it around today. That tire cover makes this picture of the year. Problem? No problem. You definitely have a problem now.
Oh, yeah.
Fact, drinking beer every day is healthier for you than being dead.
I'll drink to that.
I just did. Is that your Ford truck parked by the front door? Eh? You're going to have to move it. We don't want people thinking this is a gay bar. Sprayed my car with rust remover. What do you think of it?
The bat and the deer, that would have been right.
That's about right. Hey, your makeup looks fabulous. Oh, and by the way, I'm Batman. Can you hand me a 96 and 15/16 wrench from my toolbox? I've got to tighten this bolt down.
Holy fuck.
That's what they got to use to fasten those new windmills.
That's one big pair of nuts, mate, though, isn't it?
And that's pretty much a description of how my wife got kidnapped.
Dum.
Ireland sewage system, not prepared for Taco Bell launch, experts warn. Alcoholic? No, my dear, I prefer the term drinking enthusiast.
Yeah, sounds bad, doesn't it?
Just an occasional cocktail. This trucker always ties down a toy dump truck because he says it makes the kids smile when they drive by. Has nothing to do with his actual cargo.
Awesome. Oh.
You know, the sad reality is, in today's day and age, that Tonka truck is probably worth as much as that real truck.
What now?
First rule of camping, Karen. Put the tent up before you start drinking.
Yeah, that's ended pretty bad.
Yeah, because there's 2 of those jokes this week. Stock Chevy towing 4 F-150s at once.
Ooh, nasty. Ooh.
Okay. Here's the plan. We drink all the beer, and that's it. That's the plan.
That's fair enough. Not a problem.
I'm going to hang a Batman costume in my closet. You know, just to screw with myself when I get Alzheimer's.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Cool, I think. Brilliant.
Notice, the town of Madrid will no longer be responsible for UFO abductions, werewolf maulings, creepy Yeti hugs, vampire romances, unsolicited Bigfoot pics, unicorn stabbings, pixie glitter, chupacabra bites, average-sized centaurs, sticky vortexes, or broke leprechauns.
Okay. Rather random.
Well, now. And they said that they waste the most amount of money in Washington, D.C.?
What can you take that one?
How A New Hope could have ended in 5 seconds. Now that the Death Star is complete, it is the ultimate power of the universe. All there is to do now is get rid of you. What are you doing? Huh? Huh? Oh! Hey, Han, can we stop at Space Walmart? I need a new lightsaber. Left the last one in the dead Death Star.
I love it.
Saw this today working on a car.
Rockets.
Off, ludicrous speed, rockets, eject, trunk monkey.
Oh, that's an awesome set of buttons, I like.
Very interesting.
Mm.
When you're thirsty and don't have a cooler, what would MacGyver do?
Brilliant thinking. Master stroke.
Works great. Less filling.
Yeah. Master stroke.
I like my women how I like my scotch. 21 years old and full of coke.
Full of coke.
Whoever's wife calls first pays the bill.
Oh, that'll be a good game.
That's a pub challenge.
Yeah.
The kids won't move back home if they can't find it. Reasons to get an RV when you retire.
Yeah, I'm out of here.
Arr, Chicago. Detroit Lions. Arr. What's this one? Don't know that one. Green Bay Packers? Cool. Who knows what this one is? I don't know that one.
Well, that one looks like a Viking, so have you got a team with the Vikings name in it? Yeah.
Look at these kids! Addicted to technology they are. We need to ban fire.
Exactly.
Ban fire. Bad. Girls' night, but instead of going out to the bar, we roam the town in this.
Shit. Creepy.
If you weren't disabled before using this ramp, you sure as hell would be after.
Holy fuck. You fuck was superhuman to get up that.
Not handicap accessible. Minnesota Vikings, Neil Pitt said.
Mm-hmm.
Mallory said too, but she said it backwards. That might work on Grim Green Show, but not on this one. He's dyslexic.
Whoa.
Scotty, are you sure this cloaking device is working? There's an awful lot of people looking at us.
Yes, that's Enterprise.
Hey, bastard's like, hey, try getting up that ramp in a wheelchair. I wouldn't want to try.
You just can't beam me up, Scotty.
No, she sheds for me. Make mine a witch wing, thank you.
A little bit.
Hey, Katra, yeah? Want a quickie? A what? A quickie. You know, the fancy egg tart things? It's pronounced quiche. You cunt. Every loaf of bread is a tragic story of a group of grains that could have become whiskey, but didn't.
Oh. Wow.
Hashtag bread is good. Whiskey is better.
Yeah.
I'm bored. Let's look on Zillow for our future Gothic Victorian mansion. You know, with 12 bedrooms, 16 baths, and a garden for the dead bodies.
That's brilliant. Look at this. It's awesome. Right up my street.
I think your wife would get into that.
Oh, yes. Right up her alley.
I had originally not wanted to see Galaxy Quest because I heard that it was making fun of Star Trek. And then Jonathan Frakes rang me up and said, "You must not miss this movie. See it on a Saturday night in a full theater." And I did. And of course, I found it was brilliant. Brilliant! Not one laughed louder or longer in the cinema than I did. But the idea that the ship was saved and all the heroes in the movie were saved simply by the fact that there were fans who did understand the scientific principles on which the ship worked was absolutely wonderful. Wonderful, I tell you. And it was both funny and also touching in that it paid tribute to the dedication of these fans. Sir Patrick Stewart.
Wow.
I did not see that movie.
Mm-mm.
I have to look it up now. This is what it's like when you fish in a no fishing zone.
Oh, yeah.
Combat situation.
Yep.
You may call it whiskey. I call it emotional support beverage. No. I'm not pregnant. Yes, I am eating for two. Me and my inner bitch. And she loves tacos, so leave me the fuck alone. Gen Alpha Heart, Gen Z Heart, Millennial Heart, Gen X Heart.
Yeah, fuck off.
It's okay if you don't have all your ducks in a row yet. You know, some of us don't have ducks. We have squirrels, hyped up on pixie sticks and cocaine.
Oh, yeah.
To unhook, up, down, left, right, button, start.
Fuck. That'd be right.
That's too complicated.
Yeah.
Scissors, job done. Sorry, I was a paramedic too long. Here we have our latest incarnation, because, you know, he's already dead. Barbarian Ross, ready to rage.
Love it.
Contra, the Contra cheat code. I wonder where Captain Hook got his hook. From a second-hand store, don't you know?
Fucking hell.
Today I'll wear my white button-down outfit. Harry
That'd be
Houdini
cool,
would be happy.
Oh, yeah.
Millionaire makes $20 million in 2020. Millionaire hires artist to make art for $25,000. Artist puts one streak on canvas. Millionaire thanks artist and has art appraised by the appraiser in the same circle of friends. Values art at $20 million. Millionaire donates $20 million art to museum to get $20 million tax write-off. Millionaire pays no taxes in 2020. Me at the museum, this is fucking stupid. This is just a goddamn line on a piece of canvas. Hipster next to me? No, you just don't understand it because you're uncultured.
Nah, just someone look at some of this modern art, like, what the fuck? A 5-year-old could have done that.
That's a banana duct taped to the wall. Nah, man,
Yeah,
that's
I
art. You
remember
just
that.
don't understand art.
Yeah, I remember that. Fuck off.
That's a Ponzi scheme. That's what that is. That's not art.
What?
6 Wienermobiles will race for glory at the Indy Motor Speedway this Friday. We got G-Dog, New York Dog, Slaw Dog, Sondoran Dog, Seattle Dog, and Dead Dog.
See, that's art. Racing Wienermobiles. That's art. I would call that art.
Don't you wear chainmail and a tunic with that before? Yeah, but it's limited my movements too much. Now I also have a bonus of plus 10 in charisma and a distraction.
Yeah.
Have a back view for the discomfort of your eyes.
Oh dear. Looks painful, actually.
Rain on different worlds. We have Earth, rain is water. On Venus, rain is sulfuric acid. On Titan, rain is methane. On Neptune, rain is diamonds. On HD 189733b, that's glass. On OGLE TR56b, that's liquid iron. And in Uranus, that's semen.
Fuck off.
I love the universe.
Whoa, that's cool.
Speaking of ingenuity, how'd you like to have them apples on your back patio?
That's a bar and a half, isn't it? Holy fuck.
Yeah, I do think that banana duct taped to the wall was eaten by the owner after he insured it. Cash out.
Insurance scam.
Crazy woman, half mile. Shit, they found me.
Oh, God, no.
Oh, man, you know, for a minute, my fat belly thought that was actually a 5-gallon bucket of macaroni and cheese.
Macaroni cheese. Actually, plastic chain in it.
You? Why install a Ford-built 32-valve dual overhead cam 18-liter 1,100 cubic inch Hemi engine from a 1942 Sherman tank into a Mustang? Because fuck your LS engine. Ford's way better.
The fucking size there and there, though. Jesus.
That's pretty awesome.
I didn't even think that was humanly possible. Just purely for the weight.
Yeah. Actual Hubble photo versus Star Trek. Computer magnify. Oh, crap.
What the fuck?
Really?
Oh, dear. Oh, dear.
If I was meant to be controlled, I would have come with the remote.
True. Very true.
And this is how and where the disease begins.
Love it. Love it.
Gotta ban bicycles.
Hacksaw engine ready to drop in. Love it.
You want to protect the kids, ban bicycles.
Nope. Buy that in.
I've been pouring in this damn thing for 45 minutes and it just doesn't seem to end.
It's a fucking TARDIS.
All right, folks, pick your favorite movie from 1987 while I run to the loop.
Oh, man. What do you think, boys and girls? What do you think? They're all pretty good. I used to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've seen 6 out of the 9. I've seen 6 out of the 9.
4 cups of coffee and a beer is a bad combination.
Oh, hell no. That means you need another beer then. Even it out.
Okay, you twisted my arm.
I'm torn between some of them, like, 'cause there's a few classics there, like.
For me, mate, it's a clear-cut choice. Lethal Weapon. Way better than the rest of them.
That's what I was thinking for an action movie, was Lethal Weapon. But The Lost Boys is one of your wife's favourite films, and so is Dirty Dancing.
To each their own.
I've never
There's
seen
nothing wrong
Overboard.
with any of those movies.
Well, I've never seen Overboard, I've never seen La Bamba, and I've never seen Some Kind of Wonderful.
Some Kind of Wonderful is the only one I haven't seen.
RoboCop, that was all right for its time, but it wasn't. Lethal Weapon was great. When you used to have to keep popping his shoulder, it was classic.
Mallory's like Spaceballs, Full Metal Jacket, Predator, Evil Dead 2, and Fatal Attraction.
Oh, Full Metal Jacket, absolute classic for me. Like, love that film. Absolutely love that film.
Spaceballs.
Evil Dead, brilliant and all. Very
Yes or
good.
no?
Ooh. Hell yeah, that's brilliant.
Fuck no.
Why? The view.
I cannot imagine walking up those steps ever. Not even to visit.
Aye.
There's no heliport for me to land on.
I'll tell you what it is, I'll put a couple of beer stops for you on the way up. You'll sharp get up.
No.
I put it this way, I could get you down quicker.
Well, yeah, exiting's always going to be easy. DoorDash will definitely hate you. You will never get a repeat service from them. Pizza delivery. How many of these products do you remember?
Oh, shit, man. Hang on. UK, we've got 2. 2 in the UK. Vicks, which you can still get today, Vicks Vapor Rub. And Old Spice. Oh, the Old Spice aftershave. Holy moly. I used to get that as a teenager. When I was a young lad, got the pub, get a bit of Old Spice on.
Barbasol. My dad had Barbasol shaving cream. Lava
Band-Aid,
soap. That was
yes.
the first soap I ever bought to do automotive work. Clean my hands.
Band-Aid, plasters, yeah, I remember them.
Oh, Band-Aid, yeah.
Still
Curate.
get
Yep. Excedrin, Sucrets, Bactine, Vicks Vapor Rub, Pepsodent, mouthwash, Gillette for the razor blades. Those are the refill
Gillette,
packs.
yeah.
Campofinique, Old Spice, Arrestin cough medicine. I don't remember Arrestin cough medicine. Back in the day, we had Vicks 44.
Oh, we had the
Formula
sort of stuff
44.
like
Aquanet,
the
Miss
stuff.
Breck hairspray.
Stuff we had was vile.
Sounds like a hell of a night. About your hospitalization on May 27th, you were discharged May 29th. While you were hospitalized, benzodiazepine abuse, cocaine abuse, alcohol abuse, marijuana abuse, and unfortunate struck by lightning.
That was some one hell of a night. No, wasn't it? Jesus.
Well, at least you felt no pain.
Exactly. Well, I'm giving tits.
I made it from the bed to the coffee maker. There's definitely no stopping me now.
Hell no.
Actual picture of my wife.
That's cool.
Slide was 1,000 degrees centigrade, and we still went for it.
Yeah. I remember them. Shit, they were hot.
Always. And you're stuck to them.
You could literally fry an egg on them. You literally could fry an egg on them. Whoever thought of that? Oh, you again.
There you go. When you go downstairs for snacks at 3 a.m. and smack your knee on the coffee table.
I love her.
No ding dong ditch. Here we have the barbecue. Barbecue. We are
That's
the Borg.
brilliant.
Your culinary distinctives will be added to our own. Your utensils will adapt to service us. Resistance is futile.
Class. I love that. That is really class. I would have that in my garden.
Ah, me too. Speaking of which, I should show you. We went out once again. Yeah, we're going to be talking about BJ's. Sorry. Couldn't help myself.
What? How does this relate?
Well, we had to go visit BJ's again for my wife's birthday.
All right.
So we found out there's a BJ's here in Pittsburgh. So we go check it out.
I went off a total different tangent there. Like, I do apologize.
Oh, I'm so sorry. That's why we're friends. I knew your mind was going to be in the gutter. But yeah, man, it's pretty cool. They got a big bar set up there. You could sit over there, or you could actually sit on the other side if you actually want to eat. Home of the world famous Pizookie. That's a freshly cooked cookie that they take 2 scoops of ice cream and put on top of it.
Oh, very nice.
BJ's specialty always ends with a cream filling.
I can't argue with that. What is that?
That's my wife's drink.
Holy fuck.
That's my drink.
Oh, yeah. That's so cool.
That's her drink. Rubber ducky, you're the one.
That
you
is
make
so
drinking
cool.
so much fun. BJ's.
That's been.
Our beer is cold as your ex's heart.
Wow. Very nice, sir.
There be my dinner for the evening. Parmesan crusted chicken over a cheddar mash and an accompaniment of steamed broccoli.
It's nice to see you've got your greens on the side there, nice and healthy.
I still don't understand why they put that lemon there. It doesn't really help the broccoli. Parmesan chicken didn't really need it.
Nah.
This is my wife's dinner.
Good old burger.
Ooh, yum.
It's the simple things, mate. The simple things.
Was she flashing after the drink? No, she did bring the ice cubes home, though. It's interesting. Those ice cubes, as soon as you put them in water, they start they turn on. And then when you pull them out of water, they stop blinking.
Cool.
Yeah. Delicious.
Looks really
and there's
nice.
the Pizookie.
Wow.
And my Watofo.
Fuck the Watofo.
There's my wife's Pizookie.
Looks so nice.
There's a caramel nut.
Looks so
And
good.
there's her
there's
nails.
her nails.
This was
Wow.
after. That was before.
Yeah,
Definitely
they're all
better
stripped
there.
back. Yeah. Cool.
Okay, back to the dad jokes. When you promise him a treat, but you're really not into it. My mate's enjoying this way too much. When someone tells you something so profoundly stupid that your brain crashes and has to restart.
You must have come across that one. Exactly. Oh dear.
When you're in the kitchen at 2 a.m. and you drop a spoon. Gonna wake everybody up.
Get out that ice cream.
If you're under 5'5", your pronouns are I'm a little teapot, short and stout.
And stout. He is my Ando, he is my spat.
Hey, I'd like to jump on a trampoline naked, just once. But I know for sure that my tatas would knock me unconscious.
I'm just trying to vision there. Sorry.
Here's to add to your vision, mate. Ready? Raiders of the Lost Ark was made in 1981 and was set to take place in 1936. If you did a remake next year with the same time gap, your movie would take place in 1981. Yeah, you really are that old fucker.
Okay, pal. Thanks for that.
You're welcome. Nothing but brutal reality here on the Hunky Vape Mixin and Chillin vlog.
Oh, hell yeah. Definitely that. Jesus.
Just like when you try to party like you're still in the 20s.
Yeah.
And then take a week to recover.
Yeah, that's where I'm at now.
With medical assistance.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay, more reality for you. Annie
Jesus.
was released 43 years ago on May 21st, 1982.
Wow.
Where tomorrow is definitely way more than a day away.
Oh, without a doubt. Tomorrow. I remember that vaguely.
I love you tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
You're only a day away.
Wow.
Hey, it's my birthday, fool! Mr. T! Mr. T turned 73.
Jesus,
Couple days
really?
ago.
Wow.
I'll
Didn't know
tell you,
about
the
that
fool
now,
is still
though.
smoking.
Mm.
And for you Pittsburgh folks out there, we still talk about yins. Red Cherokee, Cherokee Red, and Tom Tucker's Mint Ginger Ale. Every
Wow.
time my kids got sick, that's what they had to have. Tom Tucker's Mint Ginger Ale. And if their belly wasn't upset, they had to have spinach ravioli.
Oh, very nice. Very nice.
No longer manufactured. Crying shame.
I bet. Oh. Fair
This
enough.
is why punctuation matters. Even if it is a space. Because
Yeah,
this is
just think
cumin
that-
cheese, not where your brain went.
What? Cumin cheese? Cumin cheese? Cumin cheese.
Cumin cheese? A mature Gouda cheese. Oh, it's mature? So it's not underage? With traditional Dutch cheese spice. Cumin, not cumin. Cumin, as some people like to pronounce.
Yeah, cumin.
Cheryl Demers is like, we had golden ginger ale.
Right, golden ginger ale.
Some people are rich in ways that others would never understand.
I would love a car with a bench seat. Love one.
How to get friends for adults. Buy a lift or buy a trailer or both if you want a lot of friends.
Both, without a doubt. Both.
Then you'll have a lot of friends. But they're not
And I'll
really
have a lot of
friends.
fun.
They're just using you.
I'll have a lot of fun telling them friends to fuck off.
Uh-huh. Who knows what this is? Who is that? What's his name? Give me a movie
It looks
quote.
it looks a cross between Rod Stewart and Mick Jagger.
Pretty close. See, I told you a couple times now on the show, a great movie to go and watch. Especially because I was from Cleveland and the movie was supposed to be in Cleveland, but it wasn't in Cleveland. It was actually filmed out west. Jobu from Major League, correct. It's very bad to drink Jobu rum. Very bad.
Major League, never seen it.
Soccer, not allowed. Soccer may only be played in the archery range. Because we're trying to protect the kids.
Pass the ball.
You know, we got to protect the kids. Speaking of which, made in vagina. Really, Dad?
I like that.
Exactly. It was filmed in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, with all the drunk people. And the cheesehead.
Yeah. So Valkyries are under.
When your sack is bigger than your pecker, here's what you look like.
God almighty. Carrying a lot of weight on your shoulders.
Well, it is summertime here. One trip in the cooler is all it takes to correct that problem.
Yeah, it's shrunk.
And they both shrink up.
Yep.
See, I told you this is the second time now. First rule of camping. Start camp before start drinking.
Yeah, but it makes sense.
Public service announcement number 9428.
It don't end well.
Well, it can for some, just not for the person that drinks to excess. And more brutal reality for you. First, I steal your heart, and then I steal your bed. Soon, I'm going to be stealing all your food, privacy, and every ounce of sanity you think you might have left.
But it's all worth it.
And that's all before the terrible twos start.
Yeah.
The best birth control in the world is having to babysit.
Terrible two. Oh, yeah.
Man, speaking of terrible twos, this kid was born with a suspended driver's license. Prove me wrong.
He fucking looks a nasty little git, doesn't he? I don't think I would mess with him, like.
My doctor told me I need to eat more food from the ocean. There's a picture of me trying to convince that pig to start swimming. Swim, you fat bastard! Want to follow my doctor's advice. Unlike some people that can't follow any advice, no matter how clear you make it. I think, and I ain't sure about this, might have to do a scientific study to find out, but I think where it says installed on, you ain't supposed to put the ceiling, you're supposed to put a date.
There's always one in that. There's always fucking one.
Presenting the glorious, probably not working micro USB to VGA adapter. Yeah,
Okay.
No display output, but it does charge the phone through VGA from a display. What the fuck? Does work in reverse.
Oh my God.
And Kenny's favorite movie in the whole world. And a picture of what he looks like when he's not feeling the joy about his latest value meal ringing up at £13.85.
Yeah. Brilliant film. Absolute class. Definitely recommend anybody go and watch that.
This fucking twat burger is £13?
Yeah.
I want that one, not this. I just lost my job at the bank on the very first day. What the hell did you do wrong? The lady asked me to check her balance, so I pushed her over.
Oh, fuck that.
It's not very good. That's when I was fired.
I love it.
My boyfriend has dandruff. Well, just give him some head and shoulders. How do I give him shoulders? Can you get this stain out? Come again? No, it's coleslaw from a chicken burger this time.
Come again. Oh, dear.
911. What's your emergency? What happened? My husband. I told him I was right, and it was all my fault. I told him he was right, and it's all my fault. Now he's laying on the ground.
That'd be true. What?
Who remembers getting a book with a record in it from the library?
We had them with tape cassettes. And the young generation would never understand tape cassette. There we are.
How about the books that you got to pick the ending? You would complete a chapter, and at the end of the chapter, there was a question on what you wanted the main character to do.
Yeah, that's
Choice
right.
A, you went to chapter 9. Choice B, you went to chapter 6. And after the end of those chapters, you had a question to answer to pick your next chapter.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
Those are the cool books.
Them. Yeah, man.
Danger! Not to be operated by fuckwits.
As an engineer, I recognize that machine and I totally agree with it.
Ah? Why don't you want the fuckwits to operate a lathe?
Because they'll die.
It's called natural selection, mate.
Oh, well, fair enough, like.
You eliminate the fuckwits and all you're left with is the smart people.
I don't want them to break me. I don't want to have to clean my machine full of guts and snot.
Listen, I ran my finger over a table saw back in the high school shop class. Stuck on my finger because I was smart when I set the depth.
Well, just do your fingernail.
Actually, it was this finger. There's still a scar there.
Wow.
Close for sex. Be back in 30 minutes. Thank you. Man, I remember those younger days.
Honest, I like the honesty, like it.
I'd probably wait the 30 minutes to see what the facial reaction is when they come out.
Exactly, yeah.
Quentin Combs, hello and welcome.
Oh, now to see who did who. Who did who?
Was it really good?
Yeah, did you enjoy that?
The dumbest fence in the whole world.
You gotta be kidding me. Keep out as well. I mean, what's it for? Gerbils?
No trespassing, keep out. Out of what?
Exactly.
A woman can do anything a man can do. Try pissing on a campfire.
Singe.
Meanwhile, here's tobacco control awarding the next cigarette smoker who quits. Fucking quitter.
Love
Here's
it.
your cookie. Thanks for losing more of our funding.
Mm-hmm.
Just asked my mom to borrow her car, and she's talking about how to be careful because, it's really slippery out. No, Mom. I just think you're running flats.
Holy moly. Christ almighty.
Well, when you got slicks on the car, it's going to be feeling like you're driving on slick roads.
I think Mama was a bit of a Mama racer. Like, she's probably wheel spinning the arse off that. They burnouts.
How many of y'all remember this good old time from back in the day?
What on earth is that? Iron was what's up? What the?
Oh, yeah, Mallory, I got to check them out. I forgot. I got notified on my phone, but I didn't check them out on the computer. I was getting ready to, but got distracted. Sorry. You don't know what that is?
Nope.
That's popcorn. You used to buy a tin of popcorn that you could shake over your stove, Jiffy Pop. And if you didn't have a Jiffy Pop, all you had to use is an iron, and you could make popcorn. Anywhere.
I've never seen that, like, never ever.
Yeah!
Never seen
awesome,
that.
Dude. You can still buy them in the camp stores. A lot of the camp stores still have them. Because people like to make popcorn over the campfire. Or your charcoal grill. Works great. How many of y'all remember this thing? Did your mom use this when she went to the grocery store?
Dollars, dimes, cents. Was that a coin dispenser?
No.
Oh, it's a calculator. I've spent so many dollars.
It's a calculator. Palm head calculator. Yeah. So when you were going around grocery shopping, you could, click the buttons. Oh, this is $1.23. $1, 2, 3, and then this is 59 cents. 5, 9, and it would add up how much your grocery was.
That's cool.
There you go, man. In honor of my wife's brand new smoker, we got to consume some Limp Biscuit. Limp Brisket.
I like that.
Tasty.
Valerie Gates said you need more buttons now on them calculators.
Oh, yeah.
Too right.
And Belock Rover. Become ungovernable.
Ungovernable. Yeah, man.
When you go to a fancy party and decide to steal their 50-inch flat screen TV, the appropriate dress definitely helps. Can you tell this is Kenny's contribution to the dad jokes? He's rolling in his little happiness right there now.
But the first time I seen that, I was crying. I was absolutely crying. I was absolutely buckled. I was crying, honestly. Oh, it's brilliant, that one.
Speaking of crying, bold, dark, sensual mocha. BDSM coffee.
Very nice. That's right to be all right, that, man.
You're one sick puppy, Nadine. Flash in the cardiac care center.
Oh, what a way to go, though.
Aye. Imagine the things Wile E. Coyote could have done if he only had access to Amazon Prime back in the day.
Oh, I think you would have killed that bird, like. I think you would have
finally got the Roadrunner.
You would have caught him.
When you want to send a dick pic, but you try to keep it classy. Here you go, mate.
Oh god, I love them Renaissance ones. They're fucking hilarious.
And that right there, folks, wraps up our dad jokes because Kenny can't handle anymore. It would become an X-rated show if we showed another one.
I thought the pouch was so funny, Duke.
You love it that much.
Oh, la la la. I just love them the Renaissance jokes, so class. Absolutely brilliant.
Renaissance.
The Renaissance. Renaissance. Love it. Fucking jelly.
The Renaissance is now our segue to the retro vaping segment. bonjour, mon ami. Before us today, we have the lovely SMOK Mag P3 with the glorious TFV18 tank. And inside the tank is our rebuildable coil head.
Cool.
How you like me now?
The RBA deck, huh?
I mate a glorious RBA deck for the TFV18.
Wow.
From SMOK.
SMOK.
Look at
the
that.
Swivel top. The infamous swivel top. The fucking airflow on that man's ridiculous.
Look at that. That's the RBA deck.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
But that does no justice compared to the stock coil for the TFV18. Is that big enough for you?
Jesus. Oh, I've got fond memories of that fella. I don't know why I don't know what happened to mine. It's an ass kicking the mooch somewhere. I don't know where it is.
Let me put it into perspective, okay? Kenny sent me these lovely disposable tanks, right?
That's one big ass coil.
Let me put it next to the Bushido V3.
Jesus Christ.
Big enough?
I think so.
Let me put it next to the Drop 1.5. That's just the stock coil.
Meshing on.
For the TFV18.
Look at that, 0.33 ohms. Wattage is 80 to 140. Best on 100 to 110. Get up.
And
That's
do not lose the O-ring.
No, it will leak like a pig.
You wonder why this thing had so many problems.
Yeah.
I just took it out of the package. And it already lost its O-ring.
It's just tell you that it's going to give you a good time.
Me love you long time.
Very long time.
As you can see, the O-ring is clearly in place where it belongs.
Yeah, just the top of the threads there. Lovely.
Because if you would have lost it and didn't notice you lost it, it would just puke your liquid out all over the place.
Oh, you've been a world of pain. A world of pain.
Best 100 to 110 watts.
You're going to have to get that about half an hour to soak.
And I told you, we're going to load it up today with Tropic King's Mad Melon. This is not a food product.
Honeydew, watermelon, and cantaloupe.
Look how colored it is.
It's not an antelope, it's a cantaloupe. Wow.
You think
dark? Is that me? That's
she's dark enough?
Jesus Christ. Damn. Shit. No.
It tastes like a
Shit.
cantaloupe that was left out in the sun for about a week. And then you brought the sucker in and we're like, I think I'm going to try this. No.
No.
That's
I think that one's,
disgusting.
well past its fucking date.
Ugh. Ugh. No.
If you're gonna be chucking clouds, mate, you may as well make it something you're gonna enjoy.
Okay, you convinced me.
Oh, keep it blue. 100% blue. OG blue. Like his OG blue.
I'm gonna empty half this bottle just to
surprise it. I would have put some in the side holes as well, just to make sure. You'll be well shagged if you don't.
It's the RBA deck.
TV, the RBA deck, Jesus. There's a blast from. You could always buy them, couldn't you, for SMOK fucking tanks, the RBA deck. You could always get them.
I tried to. I was buying for the Vape apocalypse, so. Look at that.
Damn. $100 to 110 watts on a sub-ohm stock coil, man. Wow. They certainly knew what they're doing when it come to that kind of shit. Like, I'll give them that dues. Like,
6.5 hours later, this tank will be full.
Jesus.
And then in 60 seconds, it'll be gone.
Oh, I used to drink the juice. I used to plow through it. Absolutely destroy it.
We will eventually fill this tank.
There you go. Quentin Coombs said, Oma Prime Net will cause leaking. Mine never leak at all. 95 watt coil used to do 2 weeks daily banger. There you go.
And now that right there is going to be going on our Mag P3, as you can tell. This one's already been decommissioned.
Oh, it'd been dropped.
Because I
It's
dropped
been
it,
dropped.
and it was touch control.
Was, or still is.
Still is. Still works.
Well, that can't be too bad.
Battery. A dual battery. There's the beautiful screen. 5 clicks.
Boom. Mag P3.
Cloud
Hello,
Chucker.
Cloud
Hello
Chucker.
and welcome.
Hello, Cloud Chucker. How you doodling?
Touch controlled.
Oh, bring it in gently first, like.
95 watts. No atomizer. Yeah, well, here's your atomizer.
There is now, motherfucker.
Look at that air. One,
You'll be able to breathe.
2,
2, 3. You'll
3.
be able to breathe through that.
Oh, she's leaking already.
Oh, God, no.
New coil. Yes. 133. Are we ready?
Fuck hell. I remember that. Jesus, do I not?
Delicious.
Holy fuck. Cloud chucking the farm boy, lad.
And that's only at 95 watts. We ain't even in the recommended wattage range yet. That's just breaking her in.
Get it done. Fucking hell.
Weather system created.
Oh, definitely weather system. Cloud clucking checking.
Love it, love it, love it. Awesome.
Here's me
That
a little
lot there,
humble
folks, is
mouth
why
alone.
we call it a cloud chucking tank.
Oh, without doubt. That's awesome, my friend. Awesome! I cannot take any more, Captain.
And that's literally with the airflow wide open. Now let's cut it down halfway. Concentrate that.
Loud on it.
The flavor just got cranked up to 10 on a stock coil. Sub-ohm.
Back then, though, he didn't appreciate that it was full wattage, full air. Let's go cloud chucking.
Exactly.
Fuck the flavor. It's exactly
But
what
now
it
that
was
we've been
about.
vaping for 5 years, it's like, ooh, I felt out of my head already. Should have gone down a notch.
Yep.
Oh, wait a minute, that one is. We only mix that one up at a 3. And I still feel it.
Damn.
Makes me want to take some of this beautiful clear liquid to top it off. Take it down to a 1.5.
I think you need 0 milligrams for bringing vape that thing, mate. Jesus Christ.
Hey, we could do that today. We could do that. All we need is a random recipe to mix it up in. You ready?
Here we go.
Hot diggity dog diggity, what can we make today? Sherlock Holmes, get to work. Need a good recipe.
A nice recipe.
We waited too long with this Tropic King. That's going in the bin.
Neil Pitts has got a good new recipe called his Tropical Blast. He's left a link in the chat description. The chat.
Let's check her out. Tropical Blast. Holy moly, look at that. Boy, did you crank up the flavoring ingredients in that one.
Damn.
I don't have any one-on-one flavors yet. I'll have to order some. Creamy milky undertone. I could probably swap out some dairy milk from Darren from Flavors for that. Dweeb Candy from Wonder Flavors. We have Lemon Lime from Capella. Orange Citrus from Flavora. Orange Creamsicle. Rainbow Candy, the Silver Line. I haven't tried that one yet. Rainbow Candy Skittles from Flavor West. I do not have that one. Some Super Sweet at 0.6. Tropical Blend from Purellum. And Tropical Punch from Flavora.
Very interesting.
Awesome. Obviously missing some ingredients.
Yeah. Wow.
So we'll take this one and we're going to add this to my recipe mix so that I can order some of these flavorings to complete them. But unfortunately, that ain't going to work for today. We're going to have to go and take a look and see what we've got mixed up here. Oasis, Nick Salt. 15% TPA orange cream, some sour, super sweet, and some sweet mango. That's a pod juice recipe if I ever seen one. 35% flavoring.
Ooh.
Good God, man.
Damn.
Of course it's going to be a shaken vape with 35% flavoring. Dude. It's also a coil killer. No, thank you.
Yeah.
Strawberry Screw Up. What a name. Strawberry Screw Up by Martin is 2% TPA marshmallow. We have 4% of ripe strawberry, 0.5% super sweet, 2% of sweet cream, and 3.5% of red summer watermelon. 12% total flavoring. Oh, that looks good. Let's give that a try.
Give it a go, sir.
All right, we're going to adapt this, and we're going to make a 3. Because if it's good, I'm going to swap it out with this TFV18 and put that in there next week.
He's in the mood. He's in the mood, boys and girls.
I haven't done any cloud chucking in a while, but I got plenty of drippers I'm in the middle of reviewing, so it's going to be awesome to have it for those drippers. There you go.
Boom. Job's a good one. Job is a good one.
And I think I'm going to be bold and make a 30 mil of it, not 10.
Ooh, pushing the board out. Pushing the board out on 30 mil.
Adjust as such. I'm going to edit that. I'm going to make 30 mils, not 10. Everything else stays the same. Job done.
Bam.
There you go. So we need strawberry ripe and marshmallow from TPA.
TPA. And sweet cream from TBA if you're over there. Da 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 da. La, 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 la.
So marshmallow, strawberry ripe, and sweet cream.
All
then,
TBA.
Flavor Art red summer watermelon. See you on the other side. Red summer watermelon. Because they could have gone with Red Touch Strawberry from Flavor Art.
Mmm.
All right. Job done. Now we just need a scale and whip this thing together.
Looks alright, I like it. Looks alright. How much watermelon's in it though? 3.5%. Strawberry ripe. Mightn't be too bad.
If I was mixing it up for you, I would sub out the Flavor Art strawberry for the watermelon. Because I know how you is, man.
I'm not fussed on it. Like, it's got to be very, very, very vague for me to vape it. Ooh.
Kenny looks like he's feeling no pain. I'm going to be if I have another can of the Stella Artois.
Oh.
All right. So where we stand here? Secret sauce. Start with the secret sauce. And since it's only a 3, we only need 0.93 grams.
But to be honest, 6-pack, I'll let you into a little secret. I've only had 2.5 hours sleep since yesterday. I tried to get home early from work last night. They wouldn't have it, so by the time I got in, had my food, that was 1 a.m. and I had to be up at 3:30 a.m. to be on site for my job at 5 a.m. and that's it. That's all I've had. And I had to drive. I don't know how I did. A 40-foot bus through all our little narrow English country roads. But wow.
I bet that's fun.
Oh, what? Certainly is, sir. Especially when you've got,
that reminds me of driving the tower for the fire company through our alleys. It's always fun.
It's nice when the road's clear, but when you've got another 40-foot wagon coming towards you doing 60 mile an hour, it gets a bit, oh shit.
Well, it's just as fun driving through the alleys of town here, where people like to throw out their sofas and mattresses and their garbage cans and stuff, and it's sticking into the alley. There have been plenty of times I pushed that shit out of the way with the bumper.
Fucking right, you've got to get through, haven't you? The emergency comes
and then you
first.
literally have an inch on either side of the truck to get through the alley.
Wow.
Yeah, it's always fun.
The good old days, matey. The good old days, eh?
Yeah, I do miss those. But the politics wasn't worth it.
Right.
The politics ruined it all.
It's a story of everything, isn't it? Doesn't it? Whether you're at work, or doing advocacy, or it always boils down to fucking politics.
Yeah,
Biggest
the politics
demon
and the
of
clicks ruined it all.
Yeah. Of course it does.
You weren't in with these guys, so they always, tried to make you look bad so that they would look good.
Yeah. The good old backstabbers as well.
Exactly. Taking for granted how many hours you devoted to that department, to the well-being of the department, to their ability to do what they needed to do. And they're like, oh, no, you said no to this. You said no to this. I'm like, well, we can't afford it. You need to have realistic expectations because you don't have the cash coming in to cover what you want to spend it on. Well, eventually, it got to the point where they voted me out. I'm like, fine. See you, bye. The place folded 2 years later.
Exactly.
Because you can't run it as a good old boys, buddy organization because you spend more than you have and eventually you run out of money to spend and then you can't pay the bills that you are obligated to pay.
It's still
and you chased everybody else away too. So you had no workers for your bingos or anything else.
Yeah, it's still a business at the end of the day. Even if it is saving lives, it's still a business.
And they didn't bother dealing with the fact, why was I spending so many hours down there week after week after week? That's to complete the necessary required state and federal paperwork and taxes and dues and everything else that they require for you to operate an actual nonprofit corporation.
Yeah.
I did all that stuff. But they took
And
it
you
all for
got
granted,
shit.
thought they could run it themselves. Then, didn't take very many tax filings to be skipped before, the state internal Department of Revenue was knocking at their door going, how come you didn't file on the employee taxes? Well, we don't have any employees. Well, what'd you do? How are you running a business without employees?
Exactly. Who the fuck
are
drives
they?
your truck?
Are they volunteer? Oh, yeah, they're volunteer. Uh-huh. Sure they are. Volunteer at an hourly wage, paid under the table.
Yeah.
Except not all of them filed under the table at the end of the year. One of them was honest and filed it in their taxes, and, well, guess what? You ratted out the whole place.
Dropped everybody in the shit. Ooh, 6-pack kit. Do I drive an Audi A8? I wish. The wife has got an Audi A4 convertible, which is pretty nippy, which would be brilliant on our English country roads. Trust us. A little pocket rocket. I want to take her up that road where I go. Like, it's the A68 from... it kind of goes up to Jedburgh, just creeping into Scotland. But the road is awesome. Awesome road.
Smells good.
Ooh.
PG 4.6. What I miss, dude? I see you laughing over there or something.
It's just 6-pack kids. He knew he was an Audi in the family. Motherfucker. I don't think that's working either now. Oh, hold on a minute.
Awesome
Come
sauce,
on,
dude.
You little fucker, you.
Ah, that smells good. Looking forward to getting these reviews done because I got to clean up this office. All righty, 26 and a half. Vegetable glycerin to top this thing off. And job done. Except for the label.
No. Ah, all right. Gotcha. Gotcha, man. There you go. Bish, bash, boom. Bish, bash, bosh, bish, bash, boom, 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 bash. Mm.
Beautiful.
Very nice.
Chill while that one's steeping because it does have cream in it. We got to wait at least 24 hours before we get a final answer on that. Well, let's take a look at this killer bunny we mixed up. First half of episode 418.
I remember that one.
Dragon fruit or raspberry, something in there is just throwing this recipe off.
What's that?
418. Let's look at that recipe.
Holy shit.
Well, there's no dragon fruit in there, so it's got to be the premium raspberry that's throwing that recipe off.
Look what Mallory shared. She said, do you want to split a pizza? 54 by 54 inch giant pizza.
Yes.
Holy
$400.
shit.
Serves
No
200.
way. It's fucking 200 people. Gotta be kidding.
$2 a slice.
Who in their right mind has a 54-inch? It would take a fucking truck to fucking deliver that. Jesus.
Hell yeah, 54
Wow.
inches wide. 4-foot sheet of plywood is 4 feet wide. That's 48 inches. You're 6 inches wider than a average truck bed.
Damn. That's only the height of my wife. Just lie it down on it. A pizza bed.
All right, we're going to try this
moly.
killer bunny. We're going to actually vape it because just because the knuckle test isn't exactly what I would expect doesn't mean it's going to vape the same. That banana might come through in the vape where it doesn't come through in the knuckle test.
It was a banana one, wasn't it? Matt, it was right. Banana cream, banana raw, premium raspberry, zesty lemon. It sounds nice. On paper, it sounds nice. Definitely. Really does sound
Yeah, and the
nice.
thing that gets me is with 4% of LA's banana cream, you should be able to taste that banana in there.
Oh, you would have thought so.
News just in. According to Neil Pitts, now Alex create a recipe. Now back to your regularly scheduled content of Mixin and Chillin.
I can do that.
He's on
got
it.
time.
He's on it. He's on it. He knows his shit, boys and girls.
I'm going to pull out some of this Muji cotton.
Oh, fucking hell.
I sent
Got
you
a
some
nice
of
old-
this. I think I sent you a bag of this.
Oh, I can't remember now. I cannot remember. You probably did, mate. It's probably still in one of them boxes in there. I need a studio. I need to fucking build somewhere. No good, this.
You come a long
Can't
way there,
find-
matey.
Can't find fuck all when I look for something. What do you make of that one, mate? What fucking make is that again? It's a notion. I've got a mod for you to have a look at.
Yeah?
Have a guess of that. That is an actual mod. It is.
What might that be?
It's Times Vape Tenacious, right? And there she is.
That's nice. Little tiny.
That's a mech mod. That is the complete mod. And it takes a
18650?
Nope. What the fuck's that again?
It smells good.
One of them. What's the battery for
What
it?
is that?
How is the battery?
It's
Is that the
tiny,
30
dude.
fa- Is that the thingy? Is that the 35? Something 35 in it? Oh. 2030, 1835, 2035. It's 1100 milliamps. remember if it was rechargeable or not, this battery.
Hey, that tastes really good.
It is.
I'm still not getting any of the cream characteristics of that banana.
Holy shit, it's rechargeable as well.
That strawberry is still pretty potent in there. But you can tell it's not just raspberry. The thing I don't like about it is it's got a dry mouth feel.
All right. It's cool.
The taste is really pleasant. It's kind of monotone, but the dry mouth feel.
Not good.
The dry mouth feel isn't good, and the uniformity, there's like no difference between what you smell and what you taste.
God, yeah.
I think you should try the same recipe, but by cutting the premium raspberry in half, only put in 0.5%. Because there's 2 bananas in there, and I get no real banana. On the back end, I can kind of tell it has a banana characteristic to it, but it's not like a distinct banana.
Right. It's not like no candy.
No, it's not sweet enough to be a candy at all. Like, I want to add some banana custard from Wonder Flavors to this to improve that mouthfeel and give you more recognizable banana.
Now you're talking. Custard.
Or even Wonder Flavors banana puree would help this.
There you go. Right, I see it now.
I don't know. It vapes better than it tastes, I'll tell you that.
It's even got the instructions on the top. Not recommended for use below 1 ohm. Not cool little thing.
What am I going to mix up? I think I just want to throw something together as our second recipe for today.
Ooh, just something random, eh? Hence the name. Random recipe.
Yeah. Yeah. We're going to just throw a random recipe together. Another half hour. All right.
Wow.
Let's create a recipe.
What's that? That fit on there. Just too big.
All right. So what are we going to do?
Well, what do you fancy? Are you sweet? Are you bakery? Are you fruity?
Well, listen, I've been talking about banana, so let's start off with that, but that's not going to be the primary flavor. We're going to twist it up a little bit. So we got the banana. Puree from Wonder Flavors. We're going to add the banana custard. From Wonder Flavors. And we're going to add to that Dulce de Leche from VSO.
That's right, Ian. Neil, that barrel was an 18350. I had 1835. That's it's 35 mil in height. That's correct. I couldn't remember, mate. I had a brain fart. Such a cute little battery. It's a cute little battery. We've got all sorts getting thrown in the mix here. We've got custard, wanna turned into banana, and then we've got Neil Pitt's hind coconut in as well. Oh dear. A lot of coming in the mix, mate.
Raisin. And
it isn't. Oh, no, let me see here. Look at that.
Where are we at?
Banana custard. Douche de leche. What the hell flavor is that? Douche de leche.
Dolce de leche.
Dolce de leche. I was going douche de leche. Dolce. What the fuck?
Caramel. Caramel goodness.
Caramel. Ah, right.
So we're gonna mix this up just the way it is and see how she tastes. And then we can adjust the percentages if we need to. Yeah, ice cream would be a great one to throw in there to get a cream, but I think I want to go more along the lines of this banana sugar cookie. So we'll see how she tastes and see what the texture is and see what the mouthfeel is. We can always add more cream or whipped cream to it to try and brighten it up and give it more of that desserty feel to it, but I think we're just going to go with just this the way it sets.
I would like the raspberry ribble ice cream with monkey's blood on it.
So we'll save that. There she goes. There's our recipe. I need a little bottle.
Wow. That looks quite awesome, that, man.
Yeah, we'll see how she tastes. That's what really counts.
So, how much potent is that extra sweet from your normal super sweet? Is it just even more sweet?
There's a different sweetness characteristic to it. It is more sweetness, but less artificial flavor sweetness recognized in the recipe.
Oh, yeah.
And the way that Capella has it mixed up in there, it is pretty comparable to our usual super sweet.
Yeah.
But it's a cleaner sweetness, I think. And just a hint stronger.
Right. Pineapple. Ooh. Don't make it too complex.
We're going to be going more towards a banana split if you add pineapple to it.
Yeah.
But let's see what she tastes like. We'll go from there.
Yeah.
Like I said, we're just off the cuff trying something different.
Get your base one in and see where you go with it, man.
And we might need to add a different Dolce de Leche to it. If this one isn't strong enough. So we'll start with that one. 0.2. This is pretty thin.
Oh, there's a question there. Now he's pointed it at Neil, but Quinton Coombs is he was gonna ask what percentage would you run flavor art custard at with a single fruit like a TBA strawberry, trying to make just a simple fruit custard. Ooh.
Depends on whether you want to vape it right away, like in a couple days, or whether you want to wait a couple weeks. There's been plenty of times where I pushed like the custards and the creams at a higher percentage so that I could vape it right away.
Yeah.
But it is
Neil's
a pretty strong
2%.
flavor.
Yeah, 2% Neil reckons.
But you could push it at 3% to taste it in a day or two instead of waiting a week or two.
Yeah. 2 to 3%. There you go. That answers your question, sir.
All right, so that's Dulce de Leche, 0.2. And let's go with our banana custard, 0.3.
I can't believe I got that fucking pronunciation wrong for that. Fucking hell.
Why?
Dulce de Leche. Fucking hell. Because now the more I hear it, the more I recognize it. And I'm like, shit.
Banana puree. Oh, it smells good.
I've been cleaning a family heirloom today. See this fella here? This is 100 years old.
Damn.
That's 100 years old. And do you know what the secret is? Where's the secret? Where's that? Is that end or that end? Ah, it's that end. Isn't it? This is the little secret.
Sword in there.
Oh yeah, look at that damn boy. That's not a sword. Fucking machete. Look at the size of that thing. I'm gonna take it out with the dog. Who's gonna fuck with you then? But yeah, it's 100 years old. This thing. Old, it's the family heirloom of the wife's.
Very nice.
It was presented. Well, if I can't kind of see jack shit. August 1882. Oh, the date of it, mate. Tell you what it is. How can a piece of wood last that long? You would think it would just rot, wouldn't you?
Not if you kept it clean and dry.
Oh, it's certainly done that. It's in fantastic condition. You know when you get a conger and you've given a nice polish and you've had it in vinegar and it gets nice and shiny and hard. That's what that feels like. We just want to be dipped in vinegar.
Ah, the one camera's dead.
Say again?
The camera facing me is off.
Oh. Oh, not more dangle clacks, please.
That's all right. We mixed this up last week, that sugar cookie.
Ah,
Dusty had suggested that
that's
simple
nice.
recipe. Holy cow, is that a delicious recipe?
It was nice. Have you vaped it all yet?
Yes.
You have? You greedy man, you. That was the three flavor recipe, wasn't it? Lovely.
Yep.
Like I say, boys and girls, if you do want to try any Alex's recipes, he's got them up there on his flavor stash on the flavor site there. So you can always call them up and give them a bash and see what you think.
All right, 0.62.
I have had the privilege of sampling some of these recipes, and I can definitely say they're very good. But they're very, very good. In fact, some are really, really, really good.
Yeah, well, half of them that I send you aren't ones that I mixed up, that I came up with. I just mixed them. It was something we came across on a random recipe. Like the cinnamon day and swirl muffin. That wasn't mine. I think that Rocky Tooney was the one that originally created that.
No. You see, you just... The bagel tart, mate. The bagel tart. The apricot. Come on.
That was Darren's recipe.
It was lovely, that. Bagel
Apricot
tart was
delight.
yours. Yeah. Still fabulous, mate.
Extra sweet. We're missing extra sweet.
Two
There
percent.
you go. 1%.
15, yeah. How's she smelling, bro?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. 8.8.
I love when Quentin starts rounding up his recipe list. He's funny. Got that shopping basket going, Quentin, eh? %2 custard FA. I love it when he does a shopping list. Nice one, sir. Bam, bam, balloon, boom, 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 boom. There you go, boys and girls. Another fabulous juice made up. Ooh. Ooh.
The Dolce de Leche is not coming through the way I expected it to.
Right.
The ethanol content in there is still pretty potent. This is one that's going to need to breathe.
Yeah.
Not just steep.
Gotcha.
The banana is cool in there. Maybe it does need a little bit of a custard.
Possibly.
I'm not going to jump to any conclusions. I'm going to mix this up, leave it sit, and we'll come back and revisit it.
Yeah, let's see how it goes first. I'll give it a while. They're all gone in together, sir.
She's tasty. I'm trying to debate if that raisin is sitting in there where I expected it or if it's more of a distraction than it benefits the recipe.
I don't know if that other flavour is like a caramel. That the caramel is quite a potent flavour, isn't it? Normally,
you could always add a little bit of caramel to it as well, instead of relying on just the Dolce de Leche.
Yeah. It's a strong flavour anyway, isn't it? I actually had a shop bought caramel custard once, and the caramel just wiped the custard clean out. It was just bad.
Because here it is. Dolce de Leche is essentially caramelized milk. It's a candy-ish, caramel-ish confection.
Ah.
And it's used as toppings in a lot of desserts and stuff like that.
It looks quite nice, actually.
You can take condensed evaporated milk and put it over top of a stove and make yourself your own caramel.
Yeah, it's condensed milk, isn't it? That thick, sweet, that thick milk, sickly sweet mix. I remember as a kid, we used to make ice cream lollies out of that. Condensed milk.
Yup.
Did you ever as a child make peppermint creams?
No.
With ice and sugar. Oh, used to mix up the ice and sugar, put some peppermint flavouring in, just dollop it out, put it in the fridge, let it set peppermint cream. Oh, it was beautiful. Used to make them as kids. Because when it would set, you have like that nice little crispy outside, then it'd be nice and soft in the middle, like a peppermint cream. It was gorgeous. Used to make them as kids. I remember that. I'm in the fridge overnight. Tremendous. Lovely with a cup of tea.
I'm going to try this thing out.
Going for it, are you? You're going to go for it. Ooh. Risky. He's taking a risk, boys and girls. Don't you just love RTAs, man? The simplicity of them. And they just work. You don't have to be a brilliant builder. You just fucking hide it on and get it in there. The way you can. Job done. Vape's like a trooper, boy. In for a penny, in for a pound. He's going for it, boys and girls. Very nice. I've got my cap here, but I don't suit a cap. I look stupid with a cap on. This is my Schlesinger cap. I just don't think I suit one. Do I suit a cap? Really? I don't. Do I suit a hat, mate? Do I suit a cap?
Yes, you do.
Really? I think I look like a duck.
Yeah, this definitely needs a cream added to it.
Cream. All right.
Now the question is, do I want to go with an ice cream or a custard?
Ooh.
The problem with the ice creams are they typically have a lot of vanilla in it. And I don't want to add vanilla to this recipe.
Custard's probably, yeah, there we go with that. Would good old-fashioned Bavarian cream work with it, do you think, or
yeah,
not strong enough? Nah, not strong enough type of thing.
Just go with They're now with SSA. Mullenberry's premium custard is what I'm thinking of.
Neil Pitts suggests the marsh.
It's not premium. It's legendary custard.
Yeah, Neil Pitts suggests the marshmallow or a yogurt.
Yeah, marshmallow would be good for it.
Yeah.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna cheat. I'm gonna load this up.
Put a drop on with it.
One drop. Another drop there.
And then go.
See if it goes the right direction. Yes.
Really, straight in the bot, straight off the bat.
Because it adds a layer of complexity to it besides just dairy.
Ah, right.
It's selling the dulce de leche. All right.
That sounds
we'll
like
back
fun,
to the.
then.
We'll go back to the drawing board.
Just gonna add that the recipe and then see where you are. Yeah.
Yeah.
What are you thinking percentage-wise, though? That's the thing.
I'm just going to use whatever it throws out as the default for that.
Oh, you just gotta see what it comes up with, yeah? Just add the flavour and bang it in where you come from, yeah?
Yeah, that can compete with those. Do I want to tamp it down? No, I'm going to stick with what it is for now, just to try it. All right, so 0.4 is what we're going to have to do to get this recipe, the legendary custard in there, and then we'll do a shake again and try it straight up.
4%. That's took a big chunk into it, hasn't it? 4%.
Yeah.
But that is a nice custard, don't it? That legendary custard.
It is by itself.
Yeah. I think I made a mix of it. I think I put a couple of drops of Bavarian cream in with it as well. It'll come up quite nice.
Okay. That's all we need.
This would be good if it pushes it in the right direction. This might be a little good one, matey. Hey,
Oh, yeah.
I don't know.
Yep. Where'd I put that
Copy that,
dripper?
mate.
Paint.
You motherfucker.
Oh yeah. That makes the crispy wafer actually recognizable in here too.
Really? Wow. Looks like it might be a good one, boys and girls. He's liking this.
That's good. I really like that. I want to let this one sit now.
So it's dragged out a couple of other flavors from this as well.
Yes.
That's
the
awesome.
banana's still kind of lackluster in this.
Right.
And we may need to adjust the percentages a little bit. Maybe take that banana custard, which you're not going to taste right away anyway. It's going to take a week for that to come out as a banana custard.
Yeah. Yeah.
But on the shake, that's a delicious recipe by itself. Could use a little more sweetness, but I mean, you can taper that to your heart's content.
Yeah.
There's enough sweetness there to bring out those recipes and have those components recognizable as a delicious recipe.
Looks nice. Like looks really nice.
I want to see how this settles out.
I'm just wondering if you were getting the raisin there, or maybe is that just gone into the back? Raisin would be like with a cookie, wouldn't it?
It's not sweet enough to recognize the raisin. I would have to bump up to at least 1.5% for the extra sweet.
Yeah.
Or maybe add even 0.5% of super sweet to that.
Got you.
To bring a different kind of sweetness to the plate. But the thing you're going to run into is if we try to add any other flavorings, we're going to need to cut stuff back because we're already at 19.5%. And that's pushing the envelope, especially for wonder flavor ingredients.
Yeah, you may just kill everything off if you keep adding.
That's why I'm like, yeah, I think I just want to leave this as it is. It is a tasty vape, and I really enjoy it, and it is not your typical custard.
Mm.
The raisin is more like a curiosity flavor.
Yeah.
And honestly, I think that we're going to have to cut back the legendary custard maybe to 3% instead of 4% to balance it with the bananas. But overall, I really enjoy that. And it takes a lot for me to get excited about a custard recipe. It's not my normal cup of tea. But I like it. Need a label is what I need. So what do you have on the agenda for this week, mate, while I make a label for this?
I'm just going to have a quick say hello to Corporate Jason who's just joined us. Hi, Corporate Jason. And this week, I don't think I've got much on this week. It's just probably work related this week. I've just popped a review up for that over the weekend. For that X thing. Nothing really planned. It's just fine tuning this computer up a bit more. Like I said, it's just still a few things I'm not quite happy with, but we'll get there. As you do. You've got me like you now. I'm getting picky with stuff now, so just leaving the be.
Yeah, knock on wood, the driver's working.
Yeah, they've done well. I mean, I went on. I tried actually updating that sound driver the day, and I think that made a bit of a difference. It's a newer driver for the board.
Yeah.
So I've updated that the day, just to see if it would help out with that. No, the motherboard one, the motherboard driver for the sound. I just thought it just because when I was first plugging the speakers in the back, there was nothing coming out, even on the speakers. So I thought, okay, so first port of call was just updating the driver. As soon as I'd done that, bang, it came straight in.
Which is going to be nice for when your kids get in there and they plug their headphones in, and then they unplug them and you go back to your speaker.
Yeah,
it's going to toggle back
brilliant.
and forth between those two without messing with other stuff.
Yeah, I think that was the thing, because the daughter was like highlighting the speaker icon at the bottom and just picking TV, you know what I mean? And that but no. So it was knocking everything out. It was knocking them, you couldn't hear YouTube, you couldn't hear Goo, you couldn't hear jack shit, because obviously you should switch to TV. I was going, no! Don't do that no more.
Well, my wife is off this week because of her birthday. She spent the weekend, had family in from out of town. Her brother-in-law came in from out of town. Her aunt, not really aunt, came in from out of town. And they invited a bunch of their local friends over. So she was in her glory cooking out back with her new smoker that she's got, and the flat top griddle and the charcoal griddle and the gas grill. Hamburgers, hot dogs, brisket, chicken, barbecue chicken, Italian chicken. She made all kinds of stuff this weekend. So she's in her glory, and she's spending the rest of the week off and at home. So I got some stuff to upload, videos that are already just about done editing. I need to finish editing, make a thumbnail for it, and get them uploaded this week. But we get to spend a week together. It's going to be fantastic. Really looking forward to it.
If I've got a day off this week, I'm going to take my wife for a drive up towards past where I work, because that country road's awesome. You go up to the Scottish border, and there's like a view from on the Scottish border, and you're looking into all the mountains and everything. It's awesome view. So it might take a drive, but the pennies just dropped. Audi's broke. I need to fix that Audi.
Yeah, I got to do that too. I got to change the wheel bearing in my wife's car, and the anti-sway bar link is bad again.
Oh, hers is
Hasn't even
broke.
been 2
Scared.
years.
There's no. She's lost turbo boost. I think there's a pipe popped off. And guess where they are on them? Right underneath. So I've just noticed when it was raining.
It really was wonderful eating here. I need to get your recipe, Dusty, for the was that the cowboy? It was a like a relish thing that you guys made. It was a cowboy recipe. I can't think off the top of my head what it was. Like jalapenos or something.
Is that to go on your meat, mate? Not the vape.
To go alongside it. To go alongside the brisket. Oh, that brisket is so freaking delicious. You made me a breakfast sandwich with the brisket. That's a combination I never thought I'd have.
I've never had a smoked meat before, like off of American Smoke. I've never had it. I'd love to try it.
Fantastic. Because cowboy candy, yes, that's the name of the recipe. But yeah, it was so good because it slow cooks it, and all of the cartilage and all that other stuff, they break down in the meat. So it was just beer, soft texture to it, so easy to chew, so flavorful.
I've heard you can change the flavors depending on what you burn. Like you have a certain type of wood or a certain type of coal.
Hickory
can have
as
an
opposed
effect.
to oak, yeah.
Yeah, like an effect on the flavor.
And this is a pellet-fed smoker, so it automatically regulates the temperature. It has a thermometer that sticks in there and automatically fires up and turns off based upon what the actual temperature is inside.
Yeah, keeps it constant type of thing, yeah? Oh. Yep. God, you made me hungry now. Brisket. Oh, damn. Oh.
Yeah, so, I mean, it was fantastic.
Oh, glad.
All right, so let's make a label for this straw melon screw up.
I'm glad you had a good time, mate. Right, again, you've got another week, a bit more quality time, so happy days.
Very much so. Straw melon screw up, born on date the 27th of May, 25. We're on episode 421.
Yeah, weather permit, you could go on a little road trip this week. Just jump in the motor and bugger off.
I'm looking forward to getting that wheel bearing finally changed out.
Oh, yeah.
I'm tired of, every time we go somewhere in the thing, that's all I hear.
Rumbles like a bloody train.
Doesn't really have the vibration yet, but it does make the sound. That changes with the speed of the vehicle.
Yeah.
And now that the anti-sway bar link is bad, it's every time you hit a bump, it's thunk, thunk, thunk.
Oh. And my rear trailing arm bushes need changing because they're starting to clunk now when you bang, and now when you hit a bump, it's bang. So that's going to be a pig to do. That looks very nice there.
Good to go,
nice.
Both of them. Job done.
Another one done, another one bites the dust. Can you grill with peat, or will it add a bad taste to the food? Peat? Oh, God, I wouldn't have thought. Peat.
What's that? Peat?
Never
thought about using that.
I don't know, I
don't know, mate, but we are coming up on the 5-hour mark, so I think we're going to wrap it up for today.
Again? With that gun?
Yes, sir. Just like that. Over and done with.
You're aging me too quick, mate. You're putting 5 hours on my life every Tuesday.
You need to get some sleep. That's what it boils down to. For your own health, I'm going to cut this stream off at 5 hours. I could keep going and keep making recipes, but I'm worried about you.
We know.
So my wish is always peace, love, and a hunky vape to end cigarette combustion. We'll see you guys all same time, same place next week. Hope you have a wonderful week ahead of you, and Next week we'll be back without all the doom and gloom.
Oh, we'll be fine.
Cheers.
As always, thank you, boys and girls in chat. I always absolutely love it when hanging out with you guys every week. Please, on your way out, please don't forget maybe to hit that thumbs up button. You know, it helps Alex's channel out a bit. And if you're watching on replay, do the same again. And as always, boys and girls, you should all know by now, put all your dad jokes, your hand checks, all that kind of stuff. Get in there on the Discord. Alex will try his very best to put them all on the show for you. And thank you for the super chat. Was it William again? Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Thank you, William.
Much appreciated. But until next week, boys and girls, you all have a good week. All I can say now is just stay safe, vape safe. We'll see you all very soon. You all take care now. Bye-bye.
Thanks for listening. We'll be back next week again for a fresh round.
As long as we